Hola, amigos, and how do you do? Got a good night's sleep last night. I would even go as far as saying excellent night's sleep last night. I hit Rachel for half a clown. I hit the hay hard and rode straight through the morning. Maybe God like wants to pee, but had an amazingly sound night's sleep. Watching this Coffee and Cults video about Mary Kate and Ashley, and you know the extent to which they demonstrate, I guess, exploitative tendencies in the entertainment industry. I'm curious about them because at least one of them grew up to be a rug dealer, and they have a lot to do with Heath Ledger's death. So it makes me interested in them. I don't think they should be blamed for it. I mean, obviously, you can't blame the provider of drugs if somebody overdoses on drugs. Like, let's say a doctor prescribes me a whole bottle of Adderall and I take them all at once. I mean, the doctor can't be responsible for that, obviously. Is this a horizontal stream? No, it's a vertical stream, isn't it? I mean, they're kind of vertical. I don't know if it's looking that way on your end or not, but anyhow, obviously March Madness is on today. I don't actually currently have a basketball game on, but I do plan on watching the second half of the Santa Clara game. However, it's also true that I've got some tasks I want to complete here this morning, and potentially even find, solicit from people if people show up to the idea of like what's another good type police channel to type. INFJ Circle was perfect because he's got like 70,000 subs, so there's no way that. I mean, I also don't think I'm as susceptible to being accused of bullying or whatever now as maybe I used to be with type police because I've been humbled a lot by life, and and I've experienced more suffering in life, so I'm more empathetic than I used to be, and uh, I also understand how significant the thing I'm doing is for somebody who identifies as a certain type, maybe even makes a channel as an example of that type. Obviously, if I have to do my job and inform them that in fact they're not that type, it's like cops, right? Remember that you're dealing with somebody on their worst day. That's what they say. Um, Obviously, I'm sure their day was fine until they heard my Type Police episode where I'm telling them, no, you're not this. I know you may have a channel called INTJ Mastermind, but you are not an INTJ. It used to make me like mad when people demonstrated that they were wrong about typology with their channel. What's up today? I'm so happy. I bought lots of wine and beer just a minute. It's horizontal for you, huh? What if I turn it this way? It's like when I turn it this way, it says I have to turn it back before vertical. So I don't know why it's looking horizontal for you. Once you've determined the orientation before you start the video, it's locked. You can't change it during the stream. And when you try to turn it like that, it says orientation locked. So I was planning on getting up onto the roof here shortly because um, I noted yesterday when I squirted the roof to get the wasps away that I saw this one spot where the wasps were crawling in and out of underneath this spot, and so I want to go up there and squirt some Windex in there. Would you consider pulling over someone for the second time? Yeah, I actually am considering C.S. Joseph as possibly my next type police if he's still making videos. I saw a swastika on. Let me put my glasses on. So I was watching on a cashier guy's name tag, Lamau. He said it's just a mythology thing. I'm not a Nazi. Who's cashier? Oh, cashier guy. Huh. Well, it is the case that swastikas prior to the Nazis using them were a common symbol in like India and stuff. So maybe if the guy's from India, maybe that makes sense. Hi, Casey Jones. Say it in Chinese. 你好，对不对？对啊。Hong Chao Lu, Shui Chang Lu. Like that. So it is, viewers go up, do those things. Yeah, it is the case that it very much well serves the channel for me to type police videos. And it's good for my mental health too, because it's important for me to feel as though I'm not just swimming in circles with the channel, that uh, that I'm engaging with some different people occasionally, and maybe growing the channel a little bit, getting more views, you know, giving people what they want. It's important to me. So I've been super disengaged with everything but live streaming uh, for the last several years, really. But I feel like that time is over. I found the cop outfit, put it on last night. When I was done with that video, I was like, you know what? This looks pretty nice. I don't quite have it down perfect yet, as far as the workflow for making those things. For example, it would be great if I could put the clips video as media objects in OBS, but I have not figured out how to monitor those yet. The only way I can monitor it is to capture the window of the media player, and then you get to see like the play, pause, and I have to move back and forth. I could do that more quickly with key commands than I should have, but I, for whatever reason, did it dumb last night. Still, the amount of little like pauses where you have to wait for me to pause that and then unmute my microphone is pretty small, and I think next one I do, I'll have it even more cleaned up. So let me see actually if CS Joseph is still making videos. The average view time on the new Type Police video is quite good at 8:37. 8:37 is pretty good view time. I know it's like 20 minutes long or whatever. Maybe it's almost 30 minutes. I'm not exactly sure how long it is. But it is the case that somebody watching, the average being plus minutes is a good average for a video because a high percentage of people who click on a video are going to click away right away. Let's see. He actually hasn't put up a video in 3 months. So I could still do it. 3 months isn't that long ago. 4 sides of the octagram.
Welcome to the Cutting Edge Podcast. I'm your host, C.S. Joseph, and this is the July 2024 episode for the Cutting Edge. This is going to be a very interesting episode. We're going to be discussing the 4 sides of the octagram, which is not really something that I've really been able to talk about. The reason why I'm able
The 4 sides of the octagram.
because of the research and development that we've been doing relating to personality disorders. And personality disorders, they're cool and all. That's pretty awesome. We know about HPD, histrionic personality disorder. We know about ASPD, which is antisocial personality disorder, which is subconscious developed personality disorder. We also know about the unconscious developed personality disorders, which is borderline personality disorder, and then also narcissistic personality disorder. And we have all, we have all 4 of these. But given the research that I've been able to do and studying people in the field, you kind of end up having some epiphanies about the science as a result. And you could.
Oh, God. Why do I dislike this man so much? See if Joseph fell off incredibly hard, but his stench still lingers around the community. Yeah, I could do him. 3 months ago is reason enough to justify me doing it. If it was like a year ago, maybe not, but I'll keep him in mind as a possible retype policing. Dear fellow INFJ, this person has almost 11,000 almost 11,000 subs. INFJs who grew up in the 70s.
If you're an INFJ who grew up in the 90s, your psychology wasn't just shaped by your personality type. It was influenced by something much deeper, emotional invisibility. Growing up back then meant navigating a world where emotions weren't openly discussed. Parents focused on providing for their family.
The shocking childhood linked to INFJ. So the 2 videos here seem to be very SI minded, but That boy class says because ESTJ. Do you regret any of the crusades you went on in the early days of your channel? I don't really regret them. I'm more like embarrassed of how I was back then. Why did I stop using the word status? I guess, I didn't purposely stop using the word status. I would guess that the world's changed. People it's harder to explain. It's a less useful label because people's positions now, you don't seem to have as much in the world of what you'd call like status quo status, let's just trust the government to continue doing its boring and good job. Because, I don't think anybody thinks they're doing a boring or a good job anymore. you end up with arbitrary populists like Trump or somebody like Kamala Harris, who could have been called a statist because of her grand enthusiasm for taxation, but that doesn't even represent any kind of normal statist. It's more like a commie. Yeah, well, somebody came in to the stream yesterday and was saying about how we should trust Trump regarding Iran. He has a plan. It's like the man's a fucking the man has a track record of sexually abusing people under the age of 15. Why would we trust him regarding anything? Oh, sure, you could say Bill Clinton was equivalent and he was a good president. Okay, but yeah, sure. Nevertheless, there's no kind of prudence displayed by Trump that might justify us trusting him. So, and there's no indication of personal morality that might suggest we trust him. He's not before demonstrated any idea that he actually does have a plan. He just seems to be rolling on the seat of his pants, like, well, let's do something, see what happens, and then do something else. My old DMV video, like that would be something I don't exactly regret, but I'm embarrassed of. I'm embarrassed by how I used to be. I didn't have a lot of nuance. I don't see how you can be lied to over and over and still be a loyalist. Because most of the people who support him, they aren't even supporting him per se. They see him as the enemy of the enemy. You've got this whole culture war divide, and you've got half the people who think conservatives are the problem, half think liberals are the problem, and rather than doing any kind of nuanced analysis of things, they just see Trump's populist hatred of Hillary Clinton and such to be indicative that he'll fight hard for their side. And so they're going to excuse whatever. Just like the Allies sided with the Soviets in World War II, not because we approved of communism or what have you, but because they were the enemy of our enemy. I think that's basically what's going on with that. But into the congressional record, into the public record was read yesterday. I think it was yesterday, maybe the day before, in Congress by some congressman. The FBI files pertinent to Trump's victimization of a very credible witness between 13 and 15 years old, who's told the same story ever since it happened, and the FBI called her a very credible witness. So, even though at this point it should be the case that the whole country is unified behind impeaching and arresting his ass for sex crimes. Forget about his failures as in the presidency, but because ultimately, I think after Trump's presidency is over, it will still be the case that he did substantially less lasting damage than either Obama or George W. Bush. Unless, I mean, there's still time. Don't get me wrong. He could still, you know, maximize the amount of damage he's doing and somehow cross the finish line having done even more damage than George W. Bush or Obama, but it seems unlikely. regardless, what he absolutely is a complete disgrace to the office, a complete disgrace to America, you know? And he's always been that from the outset. I I hated Trump in the first term, not because of the stuff he was doing, because he didn't really do all that much in his first term, but because of the way he shit on everything that's critically important to a free and civil society, such as our elected officials understanding that their job is to represent all Americans, such as our president understanding that his job is to communicate to the country why and what is a good idea. Well, unfortunately, I have to say, Tyrell, the best president in my lifetime, clearly, and it's not even close, was Clinton. He oversaw the introduction of NAFTA, and the country ran a surplus. Everything was going great during his presidencies, and yet also he should be arrested and imprisoned for being a sexual predator. I mean, if you think about like who else could you possibly pick? In my lifetime, I'm talking Nixon, Ford, Carter, Reagan. First George W. Bush was good too. Um, who was after the first George Bush? Was that no. I don't remember who was after the first George Bush. Nixon wasn't framed. Reagan was fine, but you know, he was good regarding taxation, and he was good at communicating to the American people. Don't want the government to take more of your money. It's your money. He's good at communicating that. I don't think JFK was a particularly good president. After all, think about his thing. Ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. How about ask how we can minimize the kind of things that the country does for us and minimize the demands the country places upon us? It's not a good idea. You don't get to be better citizens by having a more intensive relationship with your government. Bush, then Clinton. Okay. So Clinton came out. That's right. Thank you. That makes sense. Clinton came after first George Bush, then second George Bush, then Obama, then Trump, uh, then Biden, then Trump. Don't think I'm missing any. Of those presidents, I would take the first George Bush or Clinton. When is the president tier list coming? I mean, the thing about president evaluation is we like to evaluate presidents for the whole history of the country, but it's really difficult to compare, say, Polk against Clinton. They presided over such different countries. But my favorite president is Polk. And in part it's because he had the right attitude about the whole thing. He's like, look, fine, I'll be president one term only, all right? I'm not being stuck in Washington for 8 fucking years. I really appreciate that. The person we want to elect as president is somebody who's willing to serve as president because he's a patriot, but really doesn't want to. Your favorite president is Nixon? Well, at least Nixon opened up communications with China, I guess. But Nixon's also very responsible for the drug war, and that automatically puts him at the bottom of the list. I think it's pretty milk toast. I don't think Lincoln was a great president necessarily. I don't think there was any legitimacy in the North saying, you can't secede South. I don't understand where the legitimacy was. It was a federation, right? In other words, a team put together of members who willingly consent and independently decide to join together as a group. People can leave a federation, or in this case, states can leave a federation. Was it a good idea for Lincoln to have the Civil War to retain the Union? Um, as far as impacts, I don't know, but was it just? No. You might say it was just because slavery was bad. Well, the thing is that the slave states, they were the ones who had to engage that moral question because they were the ones who were guilty of it. So it was not the North's responsibility to enforce anti slavery justice on the South. It's not like Lincoln would have ever been considered a good president if the Civil War hadn't happened. And the only reason he's considered a good president is because he made the Civil War happen or participated in making it happen, and that the North won the Civil War. I think that was always kind of inevitable. The South was never going to win the Civil War, in part because they couldn't reliably arm all their slaves and expect them to fight for them. And slaves made up a substantial amount of the population. Yeah, I don't think FDR is a good president either. I think he did a fine job of managing World War II, except for the internment camps. But he was a bad president in part because he should never have run for a third term. He decided to buck the informal tradition of presidents only serving 2 terms, served 4, and I do like, I appreciate FDR's leadership skills. You know, his speeches made clear the most salient factors in a given matter. I really think the best thing he ever said is we have nothing to fear but fear itself. I wish somebody had said that at the beginning of COVID. We have nothing to fear except fear itself and dying from COVID. Same with World War II. We have nothing to fear except fear itself and bullets and bombs and stuff. No, the country has seen somebody like Trump before, actually. He's like the reincarnation of Andrew Jackson. A complete scumbag, a complete arbitrarist who didn't believe in checks and balances or the rule of law and wanted to behave like a king. He was also an idiot populist, such that, you know, when he won the presidency, he invited a shit ton of riffraff to come and just get shit-faced drunk at the White House. He was a real piece of work, Trail of Tears and all. Supreme Court ruled against Andrew Jackson. No, you can't forcibly move these Indians to someplace else after we already told them they could stay where they are, and we already made this deal for that would be their reservation. Now you want to move them? No, you cannot. And Andrew Jackson said, well, the Supreme Court wants to enforce their ruling. They can have their own military then and use their military to stop me. Of course, Supreme Court does not have any kind of commander-in-chief capacity over any military things, but the point is, he didn't give a fuck. He wanted to be a king. Teddy Roosevelt, Teddy Roosevelt was a good president. I I love the fact that he did all the national park stuff. I hate the fact that he was so into hunting, but like, what is it about this whole hunting thing? Why are there this class of people who find it so entertaining to go out and shoot animals? Woodrow Wilson was a scumbag? No, Carter's dead now. Carter was a nice guy. He was a weak president, but he was a nice guy. And he was a good post president. Like, he represented presidents well after he was done being president. Because if you're not president, then all this like Habitat for Humanity stuff is all great. It's not spending public dollars on some social dream, you know? And that's exactly how every bleeding heart should be. If, let's say, I'm a big believer in providing free clothes to poor children or something. Well, then what I should go do is either raise money or spend my own money providing clothes to poor children. Andrew Johnson was awful too. I don't even remember when was he president? I have no recollection of that. That one just does not ring a bell. I know I'm no expert on the history of presidents or anything, but I've never heard of this Andrew Johnson. You mean Andrew Jackson? Yeah, Andrew Jackson was fucking terrible. There's no reason why he should be on the $20 bill. You know how they're covering up all those statues of Cesar Chavez and stuff? Oh, after Lincoln is VP. Yeah, he must not have been. Did he get elected in the next election, or did he just serve out the remainder of Lincoln's term? There certainly are gaps in my history knowledge. How did Benjamin Franklin get on the biggest bill? I don't know. He was never even president, but he was hugely impactful in early American history because of his role as ambassador. He was the one who made alliances with European countries other than England to assist in our early military engagements. He also was like people nowadays. He was famous, rich, and super into fucking everybody. You look at the pictures of him, you think like, oh, there's a jolly, portly gentleman. He seems like he's a nice guy and harmless. In fact, he fucked everything he saw. Expansion and retrenchment. Sestanovich wrote a hit book about U.S. presidencies. Some expand, others retrench, hunker bunker down. Well, I heard or read something about the best way to evaluate presidents is you've got like basically positive and negative presidents and and activist or detached presidents. So you got presidents who do a lot of stuff and want to do a lot of stuff. You got presidents who do a lot of stuff and don't really want to do a lot of stuff. You got presidents who don't want to do a lot of stuff and don't want to do a lot of stuff, and presidents who don't do a lot of stuff and do want to do a lot of stuff. Well, it turns out that by far the most negative presidents are the ones who don't want to do a lot of stuff, but do a lot of stuff. So it's like They're kind of negative about the whole job, but active anyway. That would be somebody like Nixon or um, I don't know. I can't think of another example. I'd have to revisit this thing, but like Clinton did a bunch of stuff, wanted to do a bunch of stuff. He didn't really do that much, but he he did a lot of stuff. It just wasn't so much legislative agenda stuff, and he wanted to. You've got somebody like Ford. He didn't do anything. He didn't want to do anything, so that makes him a good president. You look at somebody like the Biden administration. I'd say he did nothing, didn't want to do anything. Great president. Trump is negative about the whole thing, but does all kinds of shit. That's not a good sign. It's also not a good sign, though, if they want to do a bunch of shit and do a bunch of shit, usually. Like, Obama wanted to do a bunch of shit, did a fair amount of shit, didn't work out well. Of course, the main thing about Obama is he discovered when he actually got the job that he was not fit for battle, you know? That's what it boils down to. He was just way too weak. He did not know how to establish that um, that swords would be met politically with nuclear bombs. If I were president and there's pushback against me in the legislature and people are being unreasonable, well, that's what makes me the scolder in chief, right? Well, he was weak because of his third slot FE and the way it had played out over time. Which means he expected when he got the job that he was going to attain agreement via reasonableness. And when he was subject to just relentless attack from all corners by the Republicans, regardless of whether it was justified or something, he kind of crawled into a shell. He didn't get that you can only fight fire with fire. And if other people are being wrong in some way, in other words, they're not accurately or correctly evaluating what you're doing and or whether it's a good idea, then that's why you got the bully pulpit, you know? And you do it all in front of the cameras. You invite your opponents to come talk to you about it, and you just tear them a fucking new one. Shame them for their intellectual weakness and their political malfeasance. And I'm not saying the Republicans were necessarily wrong about everything in that instance, but what was clear with Obama is if Obama said maybe we should have hamburgers for lunch, the Republicans would have been like, hamburgers are the worst thing in history. We never gonna eat hamburgers. It's horrible, horrible, Obama. We don't like it at all. You know, it was really quite ridiculous. I'm not saying they should have worked with him on, say, Obamacare. The Affordable Care Act, obviously, was one of the great catastrophes of the last 100 years. Alongside the Iraq War and COVID response, great catastrophe. probably even a greater catastrophe than either of those other two because it codifies uh, a spiraling and deadly economic problem, and we're never going to retain solvency and prosperity until we resolve this metastasizing cancer we legislated. People say, well, if it weren't for Obamacare, my meow wouldn't have been able to get meow. Really? Are you sure about that? and this is what Brandon was telling me the other night. And his explanation was that his, I think, stepdad, dad or something, was able to get treatment for something bad because it was a pre-existing condition and he otherwise wouldn't have been able to have insurance cover it. Of course, I pointed out, well, that's wonderful. That's exactly why absolutely no one should have health insurance. Since health insurers are required to cover pre-existing conditions, why doesn't everybody just wait until they get some serious disease and then get health insurance? The amount of money I pay out of pocket every year for health expenses is a fraction of what I'd pay in premiums if I had health insurance. You go, but what if something really bad happens? Well, you just get health insurance then. And maybe most people don't seem to have figured this out, but it's only a matter of time before word gets out that this is the only sane way to deal with healthcare, based on the laws, right? Of course, is that sustainable? If nobody actually gets health insurance, pays out of pocket until they get cancer and then get health insurance? Is that sustainable? Obviously not. No, we don't have any dental insurance. Almost nobody does, and almost everybody pays for their various dental needs out of pocket. Well, accordingly, most people do not get unnecessary dental work done. They don't go to the dentist for a checkup. Some people do go get cleanings and stuff, but you've got to be kind of either rich or stupid to be wasting money like that at the dentist. Cleaning. You mean you want me to pay you $127 to brush my teeth? Pretty sure I can do that myself. No, it's not just brushing, I'm flossing as well. Another thing I also can easily enough do by myself and regularly do. But aren't they so extra clean now? Not $127 worth of extra clean. Because dentists are almost never paid for by insurance, with dentists, you have a certain range of prices that they charge for specific services. It's very much more like going to a car repair shop. How much will it cost to replace my brakes? They can tell you in advance and it's done. Now, sure, I had to pay $27,000 to get this whole top part of my mouth fixed. But I would point out that even if I had insurance, it probably wouldn't cover that. Because it's not like you need a root canal or something. It's that I don't want to look like a toothless hobo. And that's what they call cosmetic. Like, when Rachel, when I actually said to Rachel, well, let's go ahead and get you a checkup at the dentist while I'm going to the dentist. You haven't been in a long time. We'll see how your teeth are. Well, the dentist thought, oh, this is a great opportunity for a cash grab. These people must be rich, having paid me $27,000 already. I'm going to recommend she get 8 crowns. Oh, shit. That's fine. And try to charge them $15,000 for this work. Well, obviously, if we had dental insurance, that's exactly what we'd be getting done, right? Like, might as well get the crowns done, Rachel. It'll preserve the health of those teeth a little longer. And we might as well get as much value as we can out of the premiums we're paying for dental insurance. Does Rachel need 8 crowns? Absolutely not. That's why insurance is a terrible idea. Because when we make people feel as though nobody's paying for something, then people make no effort to control costs. It's also the case that when people feel as though nobody's paying for something, that they're fine with endless amounts of assessments, you know? Like, well, I know you're here for a broken leg, but might as well test for rabies while we're here. Wouldn't hurt. At least then we could definitively eliminate the fact that you have rabies. What makes you think I have rabies? Nothing. But I can't guarantee you don't unless we test for it. That's not how sanity works, right? That's how medicine works in the absence of individuals paying out of pocket for services. Don't fall over. Okay. My cats don't like wet food. That's how insurance companies work. Well, I mean, insurance companies work by just making sure that whatever they're bringing in premiums is more than whatever they're paying out. Ooh, okay. We're gonna have to come back up onto the roof. I want to get these waspatoria right there. And you know what else I kind of want to do is get this rain gutter cleaned out. First, let me go put these things over here. We've got wasps right there. Ow! I think what I'll do is just like get some Windex or something to squirt the spots where I think there are wasp nests. Obviously, I don't really want to bring like a hose up here. Let me put these Christmas lights in real quick. All right. Let's just, before we go, get something to deal with the wasps. Let's look in here. It's not that bad, but it definitely needs to be cleaned out. So the sort of thing I could do just by reaching up. Like, I don't have to get up there to do this. But I do want to get a glove on if I'm going to do that. I am soliciting more suggestions for type police. Somebody suggested me a guy named Rust, who apparently claims to be an SE Dom. The suggester thought that maybe they're a TE Dom. The problem with that guy is that I can't find any video or indication of exactly what type he says he is, or even confirmation that he says he's an SE Dom. Oh, I believe it, but that's how insurance companies work. Men over 20 have an X probability of X problem, therefore must require these tests. They don't require them. Obviously, insurance companies don't require anything. They just they say, we will pay for this, or we won't pay for that, you know? Oh, I did break one. God damn it. I tossed these gently under the bed, but I ended up breaking one. Okay, well, now there's glass on the bed. I'm going to have to clean that up. I need to get a vacuum. Clean up the rest of this bit of glass here. Everybody feels all embarrassed of her room. It was such a disaster in there. Yeah, she hasn't quite fully gotten used to the idea that there's nobody policing her about shit like that, right? It's one of the things about adulthood that's kind of tricky to get your head around. You know, you spend so much of your life being either told what to do or told how you're doing things wrong or how you should be different. You end up kind of always looking over your shoulder. And come to believe that, in fact, it's normal to be constantly checking yourself for adequacy. Doing chores with proficiency? I'm not that proficient, but I could do that. I could take this shop vac up top. But let me. What do I need to get? There we go. I was going to bring a glove so I could pull the stuff out of the rain gutter. But I also need something to squirt on the wasps. Okay. Find a glove. Hmm. All right, let's go around back where we've got things like gloves. While I'm moving things around, let me take these two trash cans. I'm going to put one of them here in the back and one of them by the kitchen. I could also finish my pump dealings today. Or do other progress on the pond. Probably the pump's the thing to do next. I could always put the rest of the rocks I want to put after I get it going. Put this over here. And I think I'll put this on all messages rather than top messages. Okay. So if I'm going to go back on the roof to do the rain gutters, that's fine. But the main reason I'm going back on the roof is to get that one spot where I saw that there were wasps climbing in and out of this one spot. We're not going to edge the pump now. That door's locked. Let's go around. My goal today is pretty straightforward. I want to do some of these chores, deal with a little trash, clean up a bit in the living room. But my real goal for the day is simply to get another type police perp decided on, and then capture a video of theirs and clip it to prepare for the next type police video. That's my goal. Completing that video would be great too, but that would be going a little above and beyond. Yeah, I could do it from up there, I guess. Let me bring... Should I bring a broom up there? Not sure if it's going to help or not. Oh yeah, I do need a broom for that thing. Let me then get a bottle of Windex, which I will use to squirt where the wasps are going in. Is Windex a good anti-wasp thing? I don't know. If I were a wasp, I wouldn't want to be squirted with Windex. I know that much. So we're going to go back up to the roof. How do we go to the roof? Well, I don't know if they did this on purpose. I bet they did, but whoever built this house left this very convenient way to get on the roof. Requiring no ladder. You just climb through this window. I think it probably was on purpose because this window doesn't have a screen on it. Whereas like all the other windows do. Is it possible I took the screen out this window? It's possible, but I don't remember doing so. All right. So the reason I brought this broom with me is because I want to be able to get things like this. Here's a waspitorium in the making. You see it? I'll just broom it down. Okay. Now, here's where I saw either this one or this one, I don't remember which one, where I saw a wasp climbing in and out. So, what I'm talking about is this. That's better. See, there's something just came out of there. Uh-huh, I see you, motherfucker. And no, wasps are not allowed here. I see you in there. And you can just die, motherfucker. Okay. So, there definitely are wasps under here. And I'm glad I got them. Right. Hopefully that will dissuade them. So that was the one that I saw them going in and out of, but they may be going in and out of other ones. See, there he is. There that motherfucker is. Where is he? I don't want him to suffer, but I do want him to die. Okay. Let's move along and see if there are others of these that maybe we need to get. That one seems to have bigger holes. Okay. Now, here, we've got a serious waspitorium issue going on. No. It's fine. My glasses did not fall all the way down. Up under here, there are a lot of waspitoria. So, we'll get them down. Okay, good. I got those down. All right. Now, let's get this top ring together. Would this be easier from the top roof? Probably. I wouldn't have to reach. I've never gotten up there before. I could try to go up there. Should I go up there? I'm not exactly sure how to get up there. I think I could get up there from the air conditioner. Could I get up here from the air conditioner? Let's see. I might need to bring a ladder up here to get up there. I'm gonna need a ladder to get up here. This seems a little sketch. Okay, well. I guess the best way to do this is just the way I was doing it. I don't know of really any better way to do it. And just reach in here with my hands and then just throw them off the edge of the roof. Okay. Okay. for something like this, being tall helps, but it also hurts. And that if I weren't so tall, I'd be doing this a better way. I'd have to use a ladder, it'd be a lot more efficient, and you know, it's hard to work with your arms above your head. Well, I've got a lot of dirt on my head. Okay. Let's get finished down here. Okay, well, main problem spot is right there. It's not too bad. Let me get this broom. Boy, it is tiring working with your arms above your head. Good enough. Woo. Heating up too. That makes it extra quick to tire me out. Okay. Anything I want to get right here? Any waspatoria? I don't see any. Let's see here. I'm just gonna get these spider webs and stuff. Okay. Let me clear this frame gutter right here. Because there's the hole, huh? How clogged is this hole? What's going on with this hole? Let's see. I can't really see in there at all. Need a flashlight to see in there. Wonder. Huh. I know it's clogged. I'm not quite sure how to get it unclogged. Okay. Let's get off the roof now. It's too hot. I'm sweating too much. It's getting in my eyes. It's annoying me. I still need to vacuum the bed from when I broke glass on it like a dumbass. Okay. Woohoo! Climbing. I came in through the bedroom window. The one that provides roof access. Alright, so let's get a vacuum up this bedspread where I broke glass. Hi, AJ. So yeah, I think the whole political team thing is so toxic that, like, if you're on the right side of the political team, you're going to support Trump, even though in no universe is he conservative. There's nothing conservative or prudent about being a completely arbitrary populist. And the thing is, like, it also goes to show you how important it is to not pay attention to outcomes. Because I hated Trump during his first term for all the right reasons. This, regardless of how much damage he caused, which wasn't very much. The reason they're the right reasons has been proved in his second term. You can't trust anybody who doesn't actually provide justifications for things that withstand scrutiny, you know? Who doesn't think that ideational engagement with a prospective policy matter is a prerequisite to knowing the right thing to do. For Trump, he knows the right thing to do based on his shitty ass intuition, and that's it. He knows what he wants to do based on his tool function FI, and he knows what's true based on his incredibly inept, woefully inadequate intuition. Boy, I got a lot of dirt in my hair. I'm gonna have to change shirts here before too long. A lot of dirt in my hair. Okay. Well, still time to vacuum. I mean, it is the case that certain policies may align with what people normally associate the word liberal to mean, and certain policies align with what people normally associate the word conservative to mean, and they are often in conflict. But the takeaway from this is there's no acceptable, not just good, no acceptable way to deal with politics that is not issue specific. It's not a hair growth treatment. But I think if I had left all that dirt on my head, it might have looked as though I had more hair. You can't try to use some general rule to determine what the right political policy is any more than you can use a general rule to determine what the answer to a game show question is. The answer is always contingent on the specifics of the question. We should be using some of our ordnance to create geothermal wells so we don't have to stay relying on a well. The thing is, where there is a potential for geothermal energy generation, no explosives are required. One of the many wonderful things about geothermal is its incredibly low footprint. All of the equipment and everything is underground. So you might have a regular sized building being an entire power plant. The bad thing about geothermal is there are only some spots that are good for it. Now, I did hear something about a new form of geothermal that can access heat much lower down than the traditional form of geothermal, which would expand the range of places that you could do it at. It's the best possible way to generate energy. If you could generate enough just from that would be ideal, but that's never going to happen. There just aren't enough hot spots and too much demand for electricity. Yeah, geothermal in Mammoth Lake, California. They also have, of course, hot springs there. Okay, I think I got most of the dirt out of my hair. Congratulations, me. So, as before, I am seeking any suggestions for people to type police. I know there's some suggestions that I've gotten that I haven't done, but you know, when somebody suggests someone and I go to the channel, I'm like, this is it. And that's what I'm looking for ideally. I could make do with something that's less exactly what I'm looking for, but that's fine. But I'd rather, obviously, type with somebody who meets all the ideal conditions. For example, somebody this morning recommended a type channel called Rust. It used to be called Rust in Typology. And that told me in the comment that the guy identifies as an SE DOM, but that the commenter thinks he's a TE DOM. Well, I thought, well, that sounds interesting. He's got over 6,000 subs, so that's good. The problem is, I couldn't find any video or any text on his channel saying exactly what type he thinks he is. So that's kind of like, all right, well, that's not really going to work. Probably there is a video that says what he is, but I can't find it. Of course, the most abundant crop of typology stuff subject to type policing is INFJ stuff. It seems like there are a million people on YouTube who believe themselves to be INFJs and are making content about it. What percentage of them are actually INFJs? I would guess maybe at best 5%. Figure the number will be greater than the percentage of INFJs in the general population, but probably not by a whole huge amount. This I just put directly in the trash can. Obviously, it's the type police, not the INFJ police. So I'd like to have uh, a spread of different types being evaluated. But I guess that's a secondary concern too if it meets all the other criteria. Like I said, we should use our huge military forces to cure all the oil and deny it from our foes. I mean, you know, if the U.S. were to do that, to just go to every country we don't like that has oil and seize all their oil reserves for the purpose of us having that oil, and do so explicitly and expressly, it would be better than the way we're doing things now. At least it would be honest. And we'd say, look, we're not trying to kill any of you. We're just stealing all of your oil. So just let us do it and nobody has to die. I mean, obviously, I would not approve of such a policy, but it would make a lot more sense than this haphazard clusterfuck of actions that are entirely detached from any kind of legitimacy criterion. Okay, let's see what's going on. We've got how many games on right now? Basketball. All right, so there's Tennessee State versus Iowa State. That's a 2 versus a 15. There's Wright State versus Virginia. That's a 3 versus a 14, if I remember correctly. And then we've got Long Island versus University versus the Arizona Wildcats. Arizona is a popular pick to win it all, you know. High future of typology. I am still looking for type police suggestions if you have any. You know, in the ideal world, a type police suggestion features the following things. Person has a minimum of 1,000 subs, the more the better. They clearly state what type they are in some video. They're currently making content, and that's it basically. Also, they're not a kid. I don't want to type police any children. So if you got any thoughts, I'd love to hear. And I am currently considering retype policing CS Joseph. It is the case that he hasn't put up any videos in 3 months, which is not that long ago, so I feel okay about doing it. And yes, I've type policed him before, but it was a long time ago. I think I'm much better at the job than I used to be. So the game to watch, I guess, is Wright State versus Virginia, as the 14 seed is ahead at the half over Virginia. Virginia has a tendency to come into the super high seed and bust out real early. Wouldn't shock me if they do it again. I'm not going to type police Enneagram stuff, no. Well, gee, it is true that Enneagram has something to do with how a given type plays out. But the biggest mistake people make with Enneagram is to think that it's informative about a person's personality. Instead, it's successfully predictive and thus informative about how a person reacts to, prevents, or engages shame, fear, and anger. What I hear from Rachel all the time. She talks to her friends, and particularly I think Kami, who like to say things like fives um, are really meticulous, and they care a lot about meow 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 meow. That has nothing to do with Enneagram, right? That's not Enneagram. Enneagram is a very, very narrow scope of what it should be understood to do and explain. And it does a good job. It's unlike everything else except typology, Enneagram actually has some merit to it. Unfortunately, everybody wants it to be more than it is. They want it to be somehow explicative about personality rather than predictive of one's strategies towards those three negative emotions. And sure, being a seven may mean that instead of paying attention to what's scary, I play. And sure, that might mean overall that I be seen as more play oriented than, say, a five. But ultimately, most of the time, I'm not responding to fear, right? And G, every correct understanding of functions is a two function model. And it's not because people only pay attention via two functions, it's because a person's configuration is their dominant and tool function. The other slots, the slot tells us the extent to which and the manner in which a given access to a given way of paying attention is conscribed by having the dominant tool. So SE8 is just another way of saying NE Dom. NI5 is just another way of saying NE Dom. FI polar is another way of saying TI tool. And gee, that's a great point too. Jung would just type me as an extroverted intuitive and leave it at that. And that's why I had to fix his shit, because he got a lot of things wrong. And if you like say read into his theories on like synchronicity and the collective unconscious and so forth, it's all absolutely bullshit. For example, in his stuff on synchronicity, he says he tries to make a distinction between things that are merely coincidental and things that are synchronicity. And he uses an example of a clustering of references to fish. It's a Friday. He heard somebody reference Fish Friday. He um, a couple other things. Somebody came in and showed him some paintings of a fish and water, and somebody told him about dreams involving the fish. And he said, "Well, this is just coincidence because water is very commonly expressed in the unconscious. It's going to show up in dreams and paintings. It's Friday, so people are naturally going to mention fish, et cetera, right?" He says, on the other hand, synchronicity. A lady one time was telling me about a dream about a scarab beetle, and at that moment, I heard a tapping on the window, and there was a scarab beetle wanting to come inside. And I opened the window and got it in my hand, and I handed it to her, and I said, "There's your beetle." And that, in contrast, is synchronicity. What let's play what didn't he do that he must have done he needed to have done if anybody is to take that seriously at all? What must he have done that he failed to do? I'm just going to leave the question open and see if anybody else gets the answer. Right. So Dyer says that Jung was using the functions as a proof for the collective unconscious. The functions were not processes, just universal archetypes. And of course, that is wrong, right? So just because you intuit a genius idea does not mean you're qualified to engage it intellectually. And that's what happened with you. So, indeed, the only meaningful way to understand a cognitive function is as attention measured in units of time. Obviously, if you're talking about a function being a universal archetype and not a process, then you're getting it wrong. Which functions are conscious and which aren't conscious? Well, your front stack, they call it, your first four functions that are conscious, and your back stack, therefore unconscious. But conscious is a somewhat kind of misleading word because it is the case that um, it might be better called something like willful versus reactive, or willful versus autotomic or something. I don't know. The thing is, your backstack functions being unconscious, your seventh and eighth slot functions are the most unconscious. Eighth is actually the most unconscious. And I define unconscious as unable to remember using instances of it. So Rachel is super unconscious with her SI. That means for her, no matter what kind of thing she's trying to know about, she's going to try to use her intuition. If she wants to know about whether her leg hurts, she's going to use her intuition. What is the difference between what SE wants to do and what TE wants to do? They're both action functions. They are both a kind of action. The difference between SE and TE is extroverted sensing is the execution of a planned action. Extroverted thinking is figuring out how to attain and how to get from A to B. So if you do figure out that getting from A to B involves steps 1, 2, 3, 4 in that order, then actually doing step 1, doing step 2, doing step 3, doing step 4, that's the SE part. The TE's done once you've figured out how to do it. The reason TE is nevertheless an action function is because figuring out how to do something requires an interface kind of action with it when you're talking about TE. So, like, let's say I want to figure out why this outlet in the kitchen doesn't work. I can't figure it out deductively, like by saying, well, if all plugs don't work and some plugs don't, I can't do anything like that with it. I'd have to take it apart, get a tester, test these plugs, see if the plugs are putting out any electricity at all. If they're not, remove the plug part from the inside and then check somewhere else down the circuit. I don't know enough about electricity to say exactly how I'd have to figure it out, but you can see that figuring it out involves a succession of actions. So TE and SE are linked together in that sense. What was I trying to figure out the other day that I couldn't figure out? I don't know. But so TE is my sixth slot function. So I can kind of remember, okay, instances of using it. It's kind of conscious. It'll kick in when my TI doesn't do the job. In life, I want to go through life doing all the work I have to do in the world using just extroverted intuition and mostly introverted thinking. I accept that if I'm doing work, I have to parse my extroverted intuition with introverted thinking. But if I'm playing, I can just extrovertedly intuit, maybe with extroverted feeling. But when I do try to work in the world and TI is inadequate for the job, then I'm assuming that what the world's demanding of me is TE. And this works that way for everybody. So like, I had an ESFP realtor. The job that he wanted to do in the world was SEFI. He wanted to be able to put himself in our shoes, know what we wanted. And in fact, he was very good at that. Like, he said to me, after we looked at this house, I called him and said, I think we might be interested in it. And he said, well, Rachel obviously absolutely loved that house. It was clear as day. She was just smitten. And not something I noticed particularly. I just, to the extent that she looked that way, I figured, oh, she's just putting on an FE show. He didn't interpret it that way. He was probably right. And SE is a great thing for for a realtor to have, because much of realty is actually extroverted sensing, not extroverted feeling, because you're not really figuring things out. Although if you're trying to sell or buy a house and you're not a realtor, you have a lot of shit to try to figure out. But if you're a realtor, you already know what all the papers are to be filled out, and basically just a bunch of paperwork and hustling to, if you're a realtor, to get properties to sell, find buyers who are looking for homes, stuff like that. Regardless, if he felt his FI wasn't doing the job or his SE wasn't doing the job, then he would switch to FE and be like, oh, I better schmooze these people. But the problem he had was um, he did not do a good job of actually representing our interests. He was much more interested in getting the deal done than he was in making sure it was what we wanted and needed. Hi, BAM Media. Yes, we're talking a lot of acronyms now, or terms or whatever. I would say, Eric, the only issue I find intuitive with your system is defining SE. It seems the next sequential step to socionics calling it force, but just as you zoomed out and became more correct, something just tells me there's another layer. Well, I mean, extroverted sensing is paired with introverted intuition for a while, for a reason. Extroverted sensing is about execution. So, not making a decision, but following through on it. And introverted intuition is about understanding what the singular path is and what the best timing to do that thing is. So, in that regards, it's distinct from extroverted into extrovert thinking, because extroverted sensing is not just a lapdog for extroverted thinking. In the ideal world, extroverted sensing is using introverted intuition to know how long to stay still behind the bush with the arrow and exactly when to loose the arrow to shoot the deer. Um, Extroverted sensing is also about opportunism. That's also why it links to introverted intuition. What do you think ENFJs are good at? And what do you think ESFJs are good at? How can myself and Don help each other? That last question, I'm not sure how to answer, but ENFJs are good at most anything they want to put their mind to, really. Like, look how much impact you had on me. I was totally stuck behind a log jam of sticks and stuff. The river water was still going underneath the log jam, but I was stuck there behind it. You came in and wanted me to look at this video of somebody else typing you, offered to pay me $100 to type you and do that video, paid me to do the other guy, and the logjam is all gone. All of a sudden, I'm making Typology videos again. I feel like actually fully engaged with the channel again. Now, sure, that logjam was bound to break at some point, but that's a perfect example of somebody taking relatively small actions and having huge impacts on somebody else that then cascade down. Because while I get it that I don't have a million viewers or subs or whatever, it's nevertheless the case that when I'm doing more and better work, some of those impacts from what I'm saying will travel out through unknowable means to various people who have various impacts in their life. And since what I'm saying is true, correct, and good, those impacts can only be good. ESFJs are good at life. They're super cool. They're super good at life. Why Trump attacked Iran? Probably because Israel either blackmailed him or otherwise convinced him. Do we agree ESTP is least gaslightable? Um, I mean, I would guess that ISTJ or ESTJ is least least gaslightable because SI knows its own experience, and not only can I not gaslight an SI dom when I'm dealing with typology stuff. Uh, Dear Kristen, see, oh, that's a great number of subs. That's perfect, Future. Thank you for that. I'm not sure about that, Fly Guy. I feel like I understand all the risks from it now in a way that I didn't before, and that I'm just better at everything now. Anyway, SI is not going to be gaslightable because they know their own experience. So if I have an SI dom and I tell them you're an ISFJ or an ISTJ, they're going to be like, but what about this example of me being like that? Or what about this example of me being like that? Or what about this example? You can't convince them the past was different than it was. Additionally, because they're FI rather than TI or FE, um, you might try to tell them that that's not important to them. They don't want that, or putting themselves in another person's shoes is misleading to them. They're not going to be foolable about that. And ultimately, gaslighting is about two things. It's about either the past, like, no, you're misremembering it. It actually was the other way, until the person starts to doubt themselves, or it's about the person themselves. Like, you're actually a super selfish person, blah, 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 blah. I don't think that SIFI people are particularly susceptible to that. So it's possible I get boxed in from doing type police videos again, but I don't know what that would even look like. Like in the past, I've been shaken off of doing type police videos because they elicited such strong negative reactions from people who got typed, and I realized during that period, like maybe I don't want to be the one delivering the bad news that you got cancer to people. But the thing is, when I was doing it before, I never really thought about how to go about doing that, or whether or not that was a worthwhile thing to do. Now, I just feel as though I'm both super aware of those kinds of implications, but also that I'm much more immune to um, people being upset or what have you, because dear Kristen, huh? So she's doing like Frank James stuff. And what does she say she is? Is there does she say what type she is? Is she an ESFP?
Hello friends, today we're going to be talking about what ESFPs need in relationships, and as you can see, I'm filming this on the same day as I filmed my genie video. Hence the makeup, hence the hair, if you want that video here. If you have an ESFP in your life, or if you are an ESFP, I hope that you learned something from this video. Obviously, knowing MBTI helps us to understand different cognitive functions.
So yeah, she says she's an ESFP, huh? This is perfect. This is absolutely perfect. Thank you, future. I will I will get I will capture that video right now. What I was just looking at. Now I've lost it. Just had it, now I've lost it. There it is. This is from 4 years ago. I should use a more recent one. I don't want one of her like joke ones or whatever. Her most recent video is 2 weeks ago, so that's good. Well, she had a baby a year ago. I guess that's why she stopped uploading. What's a good one to choose? I'm curious about ENTP talking to their younger self. It's only 6 minutes. Maybe I'll capture this one and then I will get another one too. I'll capture this now so that I'm ready to clip it. Rust will be a good one. But do you know what type he claims to be? The reason I couldn't do Rust is I couldn't find anything that says what type he says he is. Make videos on receptive people. For example, your NE should have told you a mile away unless it talks, but not a good target. No, I mean, I'm fine with that happening again, right? There is definitely, like, the lesson I learned from Club ENTP and Melissa Talks is that I should have been much harder on them because they are clearly toxic people. Nobody's reaction to being type policed, if they're healthy, is anything like that. So, what the heck is SEE? Sensory ethical extrovert. ESFP. So he claims to be an ESFP too, huh? All right, cool. Well, I'll get him too. Let me just get this one first. Window capture. Okay. And then let me make this big. So we're gonna crop it to the actual video part of it. And we'll enlarge it. We'll see what the volume level is. Okay. Now, what's the volume level like? You're talking about Dave Superpower's interview?
Remain calm. Sheesh, you're being robbed.
Okay, that's fine volume-wise. Okay, so we're good to record that now. Record. Play. Oops. Let's just leave it alone for a second. It's only like 6.5 minutes long, so it's fine. Let's go smoke a cigarette. It'll be done in a minute. We got a bottle of water. instead of coffee.
Remain calm. Sheesh. You're being robbed.
Gee, can you not be cross, please? Have you considered maybe not coming off as such a dirty old man? I'm not saying the old in the pejorative sense. I'm probably even maybe a little bit older than you. As you well know, it doesn't play well. Me telling an INFJ that means he's been drinking. Oh shit, I'm almost out of cigarettes. I would say this is the TWFP Renaissance. Let me see your funny anecdote, feature of typology. Hilariously, I went to Kristen's 2-year-old live stream and she said, "Thanks, Club ENTP, for a super chat compliment or something." Well, he certainly was making an effort to engage various typology community members. One thing that was clear when I engaged with him was that he was under the impression that if the conflict between the two of us increased viewers, that's what I would want, you know? Well, look, bro, obviously it doesn't really matter what's being said or anything. The important thing is there be conflict and drama to get viewers. Which, it's like, well, actually, I'm trying something a little different. I'm trying to be correct about things. And there's 0 things correct about you. Well, I only have 2 cigarettes left, which means I'm not going to be streaming for that much longer. I do have a large amount of butts currently that I could access of various sizes, so it'll probably be a while till I actually go to the store. Gee, you were not offending my FI sensibilities, you were offending my FE sensibilities. Because what you did and said there was socially awkward and made me cringe, not because it hurt something that was precious to me. Smoking butts is nuts. Well, it's not as good as smoking full-size cigarettes, obviously, but you make do with what you make do with sometimes. I hear Kay with her Australian accent saying Australian stuff. Oh, geez, various talking about objectifying women. That's the words I'm looking for. Don't you objectify me. Don't. See how many minutes are left on this video.
You're doing that for $20? Maybe I should try that. No, don't. You'll undo us winning the lotto when we were 18.
Let's see.
And then you'll have to get a job. Oh, jobs. So what's your plan to change the course of history? Well, I was thinking of inventing TikTok before everyone else does. What's TikTok? It's cancer. Cancer. Well, you can't be talking about Kesha's 2009 bag. That's also cancer. Well, you're just wrong. Or maybe I should just warn
You know, she seems a little bit more interestingly creative than I would expect from an ESFP. Maybe I'm giving them too little credit, though. Like, this seems to be reasonably well scripted. I wouldn't expect that at all from an ESFP. Why is the INTJ worried about how we look bad? Is this not contraindicative of FE polar? No, I mean, it could just as easily be indicative of the fact that you are aware you have no competency in that area. So you're going to, like, my dad used to worry about an FE problem having happened where clearly no FE problem had happened. And he was reading something that was not related to the FE thing that he thought it was related to. He thought it was related to. Like, I remember he came back from the doctor one time and he, he like referred to some second doctor or someone came in and he referred to, sup? He referred to the other doctor who had left as the young lady. And then he was under the, hi, Lulu. Hi. Then he was under the impression that they'd gotten offended by that because of some cue that I'm sure was totally unrelated to that. He was not one of those old men who was racist and said a bunch of crazy stuff like that, right?
Lily wanted to come and say hello.
Cool. I'm always happy to see her.
Hey Lulu, you want to be on the streaming? Good morning. Hello.
That's Kay, everybody. She's here with Lulu. Go ahead, Lulu. I gotta sweep up all these rain gutter things, you know. Oh, they're great. They're absolutely fantastic, those people. Because he's in an authoritative moderation position and a certain standard to hold up. Well, it's true, G, that if you're on the inner circle with an INTJ, they love people well. So do ISTJs. They know how to love somebody. They know how to take care of that which is important to them, and that's super important. That's also not FE. May I ask what your all's beef with K is? Well, it can be boiled down as, and I really do think the correct word is gaslighting. I was trying to engage with her about something she said, and she never responded to anything I said and continually blamed me for the disagreement, right? Eventually, I came to understand that, oh, she's got accountability avoidance syndrome. She's unwilling to be honest about anything regarding this, you know. The thing that was the straw that broke the camel's back is that not only was she dissembling and refusing to respond to what I said and being dishonest about what she said and what her reasoning was and all that kind of stuff, but most of all, she continually blamed me for the whole thing in an attempt to shift attention away from what mattered. She'd focus on irrelevancies, red herrings, and stuff. For example, I have to trim that now. For example, she added a caveat that she did not say claim A for reason B. Obviously, though it's an attempt to say that actually you're negating something I didn't say, it was just a red herring. Obviously, if you say, I love Pol Pot, who was the Cambodian mass murdering commie dictator kind of guy. And you go, why would you love Pol Pot? Pol Pot's evil. And I go, I didn't say I love Pol Pot because he was nice to horses. I mean, that is exactly a red herring, right? Well, it doesn't matter why you love Pol Pot. I'm saying one ought not love Pol Pot. And if you want to rebut me, you're going to have to explain why one ought to love Pol Pot. that kind of dishonest red herring, it might work on other people, like other people can be distracted by side quests that are just there to distract you away from the main point. Other people can have the topic changed, or the blame shifted successfully, or the question muddled adequately. So much so that Carlos Paeva came in and said, I think he may have just been playing the role of her lawyer, which is a very noble role to play. But, after talking to her, it seemed to me that he was convinced that there was some misunderstanding still. In other words, she was still lying about it the next day. Well, I'm glad he came in and we had that parsing through of it, because he copied and pasted from the chat what he considered to be her best evidence. And I expected him to show me something I hadn't read in the chat. He showed me absolutely nothing I hadn't read in the chat, and his cutting and pasting and picking the single best pieces of evidence on her behalf produced 0 good pieces of evidence on her behalf. So, it just reinforced what I was saying. And I know that we can't use this as a reliable thing at all, but it is the case that my emotions tell us something significant. Let me try this. 16 personalities interacting at Christmas thing. I'll get this one too.
Proportionately. Oh, I just love Christmas, don't you? The candles, the decorations, the carols, the warm vibes, the feeling that it's winter even though it's...
All right, good. It's recording and we don't have to listen to it too. Fly Guy and I used to be lovers. I was bi, he was gay. Eventually, Kay got involved, and it was a one-sided love triangle. Now Fly Guy and I are on weird terms. That is a beautiful story about the human condition. Reality really is stranger than fiction, huh? Oh, this is not good. Start it over. I got the audio fucked up. This lady does a good job of optimizing her audio. I think I still have the audio on with some filters on it. Let's see. Yeah, I got the compressor on. Let's try it again and see if it works better this time. I may have to go back and redo that other one too. Looking good. Looking good in the neighborhood. I heard the advice that if something feels wrong, you should trust something might be wrong. I agree that one can trust one's intuition about that sort of stuff, or that it doesn't hurt to not trust one's intuition about that sort of stuff. If it makes you hesitate and say, this might be sketchy, then that's a good thing. But my emotions are very informative. If somebody is making me that mad, it means they are using words to do nothing but disable my dominant and tool function. And that's exactly what she was doing. My dominant tool function provided me words that were the correct response to what she had written. And then instead of engaging in any kind of sane way with what I was saying, she decided instead to continue to undermine my ability to use my dominant tool function to accomplish anything. If I say something to her and she just completely ignores it and says something unrelated that continues to double down on her position without ever addressing anything I said and without being honest about anything, well, then you are making it impossible for me to meaningfully be me. And obviously that's going to get me madder and madder and madder and madder. Do I support Afro Guy and his conflict with the law? I have no idea what that is even. I can't Google right now because I'm capturing a video. She says, I stopped watching Typology and 16 Meow BS years ago. So should you. Hi, Acacia. Well, obviously, when I'm talking about it, it's not BS. I guess I'll have to check it out if I'm going to have any opinion on it, but I'll wait till this this video is done being captured. So I think the thing you should say there, G, instead of I stopped watching Typology BS years ago and you should too, is I have recognized that Eric is the only typologist worth listening to and you should too. Because what you might not still be gleaning useful new information because you've heard me talk about it for so long. It is definitely the case that well, of course he should win on freedom of speech. Of course. I can't believe the cops sued him. But at least the cops sued him rather than, utilized his thin blue line of criminals to abuse their powers and harass him that way. What does it even mean? It means that for most people who have some decent relationship with map kind of functions, they will benefit from a great deal from understanding cognitive functions. Their type is only informative in the sense that they can understand how their relationship with dominant and tool function informs them about their other functions. But no, obviously it's the case that if you are aware of your attentional deficits, you'll have some frame of reference. That's fantastic. The cop was asked in the courtroom, did Afro Man have sex with your wife? And he said, I don't know. Legit humiliation ritual. So, for example, G, if you go to some primitive tribes, they don't have all the numbers. They just have numbers like 1, 2, 3, and more than 3. Well, in those instances, it's impossible because they don't have a word for it for one of those tribesmen to see a group of 5 sheep and think there are 5 sheep. And instead, they'll just always think there are more than 3 sheep. So you might not think it's important to distinguish between 3, 4, 5, 6. For you, it might be fine that you just have more than 3 is the last number you have after 3. But most people benefit from being able to articulate things about their cognition because without cognitive functions, we have no taxonomy of it. We have no words that allow us to understand that, oh, I was trying to, in order to succeed here, I needed to extrovertedly sense. In other words, I needed to check these things off the list, complete these tasks, etc. And I didn't. And while I might hate myself for my failure, I can recognize that a certain amount of failure in that area is inevitable because it's my 8th slot, insecure and most unconscious function. So since most of us have to actually engage with self-concept in ways that are somewhat challenging sometimes, in other words, most of us don't just think like, fuck yeah, I'm the best and it's wonderful being me and I never sin and I don't have any regrets and I'm making all the right choices. Almost nobody lives like that, right? So does it matter if people can understand why the way they are understand the extent to which they can make meaningful changes in certain areas and not in other areas? Does it matter? Absolutely. If you go to a psychologist or something, you're going to unavoidably be subject to them projecting their frame as a norm that you failed to meet. If you don't understand cognitive functions, you have no rebuttal. My biggest defense of the functions is that they are just categories of observable things, and the only theory is axial cognition. I mean, you're not wrong that you can still use cognitive functions simply as taxonomical labels to identify and correctly distinguish between different instances of attention without understanding any mechanics at all. The mechanics are important because they explain to you, where your deficit areas necessarily are and why they are necessarily deficit areas. But the critical thing is that they necessarily are deficit areas. And so it's not the case that you should be like an ESTJ who thinks that they can get good at absolutely anything. It doesn't matter what it is, and that there are no fundamental strengths and deficits. Obviously, their deficit area is going to maximally show up in their total lack of introverted intuition. So, like the people who had this house after the people who built it putting these ridiculous ceiling fans in all the room because you could conceive of some SITE benefit of saving a little electricity in the summer and providing more individuated climate control in each room without having each room have its own air conditioner or what have you. You can come up with justifications for it, but you have to be totally missing the big picture in order to do that. In fact, this house has tons of windows with screens, and it has a foyer fan, plus the central air has a fan on it. So the idea that anybody would benefit from having all these fucking ceiling fans everywhere is insane. The fact that the house would be better with more ceiling fans is insane. It's demonstrative of a total lack of introverted intuition. I view functions as the metaframe. It's not just the metaframe for human attention, it's the metaframe for everything. Only cognitive functions are informative about absolutely everything because absolutely everything that we pay attention to starts with somebody paying attention to it, somebody observing it. So they may not be very much informative about things, certain kinds of things. Like cognitive functions are not very much informative about this math conjecture that people are trying to prove. It's just informative about the people who came up with it and the people who are trying to prove it and the criteria by which something's determined to be proved. It's informative about all those things, but it's not actually informative to the work of solving the question. Afro Man may run for president in 2028. It's a dumb question, but it's gone now. Ian P here. I have trouble expressing myself in social media because representing real me is often concerned with FE, and I either have to be super liked, too performative, or too myself, often not valued. It's a dumb question, but what do you think is appropriate attitude? I don't give a fuck. It's not appreciated. Well, I think we're at our best when we have after we've incurred some serious harms linking to our polar. For an ENTP, introverted feeling is an absolute value. It's also maximally blind. So we don't see it or understand it as an absolute value, and we only ever could really if we understand cognitive functions and or if we make huge FI mistakes. And even then we wouldn't really understand what we're valuing. We'd simply get that we'd failed utterly. So I don't know, suffering generates wisdom, and not caring enough about something precious and then losing it because you didn't take care of it or care enough about it, that stings a lot. ultimately, the better one's relationship with FI, the better one's FE, because our FE, ENTP-FE, tends to, like you said, be very performative or be operating under the obvious falsehood that, um, hey, look at me, aren't I smart, is a good way to be likable, which it obviously is not. Ultimately, you get an ENTP with genuine kindness and genuine concern for other people's feelings that's up in the mix, not because he's attending via FI right now, but because he's learned via SI the significance of feelings, probably because he's suffered a great deal. Like when I was going through anxiety, depression stuff, not super long time ago, I was much more empathetic of Trouble watching me watching Trouble eat because I recognized his need for me to watch him eat was anxiety. I could identify with that because I had recently gone through a lot of anxiety. And I thought, well, I don't want him to experience more anxiety than he needs to. So I became more understanding of his demands on me. Nowadays, when I'm type policing people or just talking to people on the stream, I'm not likely to um, be mean. I'm less likely to be mean. It's not the case that I won't yell at people and stuff. I absolutely will, but there are instances where, yeah, hold on a second. All right. Mm, no, not that one. Where's the keyboard? Over there. All right. So this is called Argumentation Mechanics for Strategic Debate. And it covers most of everything, but it's a little bit like bullet pointed in the sense that some of this stuff, I mean, it's like if I were going to go use this as a syllabus or something to teach debate, I would need to expand on some of these things. But here's a good document. Oh, it's still closed with a couple minutes left. I want to watch that game for sure. Let me close this right now. I don't need that open anymore. And let me go to the current moment in Wright State, Virginia. Virginia's up by 3 with 2.5 minutes left. Virginia, the 3 seed, a team with a history of busting out in the first round when ranked super high. I believe they lost as either a 2 or a 1 seed one year. Now Virginia's up by 5. They've had an 8-0 run the last 315. Wright State maybe its Cinderella story is over. They're going to need to hit some baskets here. I got to say, the best game yesterday, the most exciting game yesterday, was the High Point game. The High Point Wisconsin game came right down to the wire. Wisconsin had a chance to win it at the very end, but missed their last shot. Virginia grabs the rebound. This game is over. I can tell already. Virginia has taken a 5-point lead that they will not relinquish. Hofstra is ahead of Alabama. That's cool. These first half leads for double digit seeds, I'm always obviously very skeptical that they're going to hold out. All right, good job, Virginia. Way to miss that shot, but they retain possession of the ball. You know, if they stop Virginia here, grab a rebound, this game's not over yet. If Virginia scores here, it's over. Oh, Virginia was the first team to ever lose a 1 versus 16. Yeah, so they did lose as a 1 seed. And it seemed like the year after they came in as a high seed too and didn't go very deep, although they won their first game. I don't remember exactly. 3-pointer, good. It's over. Virginia wins. 78-70 with a minute and 20 left. Sure, technically still possible, but I don't think so. Here's Trouble Kitty. Not the cat named Trouble, but the kitty that's always causing me trouble by sitting right here where I don't want her to sit. Well, Wright State buries a 3, 5-point game again. Still not quite over. This is not quite the same as the Siena Duke game yesterday, where when Siena was still up by like 8 points, I was like, it's over. Duke started coming back. This is going to be, a steady and sure end to Siena's hopes. I'm surprised Siena made it into that game as close as they did, 3-pointer for, air ball. Wright State, it's over. Say goodbye. Throw away your glass slipper. It's time for you to go back to Wright State University, which is in I don't know what actual state. Well, it's time to get like Cal State. The first thing is the name of the state. With Wright State, well, obviously there is no state named Wright. So I will go to the Hofstra, Alabama game instead. Hofstra, Alabama. Hofstra is like, fuck off, Crimson Tide. We're Hofstra. We're not going to just roll over and die. 7-point lead for Hofstra now. As the Crimson Tide just drop in a 2-point bucket. So yeah, that high point game yesterday was super exciting. And I didn't really see any other games yesterday that knocked my socks off. I'm hopeful today we get a few more buzzer beaters and such. META make everything tremendous again. Okay. So, if you do look at that documentary, Sean, let me know if you found it interesting, if you remember. Or if it was too jargony for you or whatever. I did watch the overtime part of that game. I guess the reason why I didn't focus on that being so exciting of a game is I didn't join that game really till overtime. So, whereas I watched at least the whole second half of the high point game. So I didn't feel so invested in that game, I guess. But you're right, that was also an excellent game. Now the Tide have closed the gap to 5. But you are correct about that future of typology. I forgot about that one. I had been watching that game, and then at some point UNC took like an 8 point lead. Some point in the second half, I'm like, forget it. And then I didn't come back to it until I saw overtime. What? And then I went over and watched that game.
Alright, let's go, let's get it!
I think one of the things that made the High Point game so exciting was it never felt as though like Wisconsin was better and it was just a matter of time, nor did it feel as though High Point was better, it was just a matter of time. It felt the whole time it was close, going back and forth, and I was like, I have no idea who's going to win this game. I have no idea. When Siena was up by 8 or 10 points, I already knew that Duke was going to win that game. It was obvious. But High Point may have been 12, Wisconsin may have been 5, but those two teams are equally good. I'm not sure why either why Wisconsin got seeded so high or why High Point got seeded so low, but those two teams, neither of them had any advantage particularly. Like a lot of these uh, double digit seeds versus low seed versus high seeds games, you can physically see the difference between the teams. You know, the blue chip program will be obviously and substantially bigger than the other team. But there was a game yesterday where the 12 seed lost. Oh, I think maybe it was actually not the 12. It was, what was it? Let me look at the brackets and see which game I'm talking about. So, of the 25 brackets that Rachel and I made, Rachel made 6, I made 19. Our number one bracket is Rachel 4. It's got 98.7%, or is that a 9? Not 98.7%. Its rank is 76,612. So it was the McNeese State Vanderbilt game. McNeese State had, just like the other 5-12 I was talking about, these were two very evenly matched teams. Yes, Vanderbilt won by 10 points, but McNeese State was killing them on the boards. They just could not make a shot to save their life chunk of that game. And I'm not exactly sure why they went so cold, but maybe nerves or something. So in that 12-5, like the other one, those two teams were not of differing qualities, really. I mean, I guess maybe the reason they were seeded 12 is because everybody knew they couldn't shoot for shit. Do I ever wear the type police uniform upstairs? No. This is a new type police uniform, I think. Winston's almost have gotten me a different one. And this one fits super well and actually looks pretty good on me, I thought. I was like, this is a pretty effective little costume here. You know? So Virginia did end up beating Wright State by 9 points. Imagine someone who didn't know their MBTI type made a YouTube channel pretending to be a type to attempt to get type policed. I don't know that's why they did it, but it is the case that people often just decide what type they want to be and then start making content as though they were that type, and or they took a 16 personalities test and it told them they were INTJ, the mastermind. They're like, that's totally me. I'm such a mastermind. I'm gonna make videos telling other people about how cool it is that I'm a mastermind. There may have been a time, probably there was, when I first started making typology content a super long time ago, that I made videos about being an ENTP, like what it's like to be an ENTP and why ENTPs don't take no shit. Some kind of dumbass video like that. I might have done some videos like that, but obviously nothing could be dumber than somebody. So, reasons why you don't understand the ENTP. If you have a friend who's an ENTP, you might think, gosh, I don't really get this person. The reason is because our intuition is so robust and we're ideating so much. It's always like ideas here, ideas there. And for people with more standard, normal, boring ways of paying attention, we might seem like, wow, how does that guy BM? That kind of video. Like, shoot me in the head, you know? How horrible. That's what that INFJ circle guy is doing. He's making horrible, ridiculous, shitty ass, self congratulatory videos about INFJs. What makes INFJs so dangerous? Now, obviously, INFJs are like the kindest person in the room until you push us too far. Like that. I, no, never in a million years would you catch me doing that shit. These days. I might have done it a long time ago, though. Real INTJs are not flexing being masterminds, they struggle with basic daily life tasks. I mean, I don't see INTJs making a lot of content, and my explanation for why is they they probably already know what's important to them and are busy optimizing for those things. No, I get it, Fly Guy. It's not a bad idea for a video because people like to be complimented. In the same way that being a prostitute is not a bad idea because people like to be fucked. Let me put on some high heel shoes and go stand on a street corner. How is FE an adequate trade-off for TE? Well, a lot of life, a lot of successful TE kind of stuff slash SE outcomes kind of stuff in life is predicated on some kind of team. In other words, it's predicated on getting the cooperation of others to achieve that which a single person cannot achieve by themselves. If you think about sports, right, it's very obvious how important FE is as well as TE. Look at baseball. Well, TE is data driven front office stuff. Let's optimize a system by which we can determine the value of a player in the marketplace right now that includes factors such as our need for that position, includes factors such as our current option for that position versus this person, like what's the benefit from it in terms of net offense or whatever. It includes things like how many runs we can expect to gain from him offensively, how many from him from stealing bases, how many should we expect to gain or lose from his defense, and a bunch of other factors like that. It's not the kind of thing you can TI at all. And yet, FE is hugely important as well, because the one thing that will drag a team down, regardless of anything else, is a cancer in the clubhouse. He might on data points be like, oh, he should be a good acquisition. But if he brings with it a negative attitude, a disruptiveness to the cooperative elements of baseball, and creates a rift in the clubhouse by being responsible for a conflict over whether or not this behavior is okay and stuff like that, well, that could very easily be the difference between making the playoffs and not. It's also the case that anybody who's functioning as a manager in baseball, or skipper as they sometimes call them, that they're going to have to manage all these various players' emotions more than anything else. When your guy's in a bit of a slump, you've got to talk to him in the right ways that help him to get out of a slump, help him have the right attitude about what's going on. Like, there's all kinds of ways in which FE is super important. Which self-reported type scored the highest psychopathy and which got the lowest? I don't know. I saw someone online do an incorrect study where 400 people answered some Google form and they asked people what their MBTI type, and they gave them a test to see if they were a psychopath. ESTPs tend to score highest, but I think something is wrong with the study. Well, of course something's wrong with the study. If you ask people to self-report their type, then you're going to get a bunch of wrong answers as to what type they are. So you might be able to conclude that people who self-report as ESTP are more likely to be psychopaths, but it's also the case that people who self-report as ESTP are more likely to be ESFP than anything else, almost for sure. Because to the extent that an ESFP is going to get their type right, they might get the S part right, but they're almost certainly going to believe themselves to be TI users, not FI users. Why? Because they're FI tool, and they want to be smart. A former MLB player said, "We had a super talented team, but one day one guy came to practice and said, 'Tomorrow I think I'll come here with a gun and kill all of you.' He was traded the next day, and that team won the World Series." Wow, that's quite a thing to say. That's quite a thing to say. It certainly would have made me come to the ballpark the next day armed, ready to defend myself. If I were going to go to the ballpark at all the next day. I'd say only about 10 to 15% of types get it right, and I'd also make a bet that a type with TI or SI polar are a very small percentage of this group. I actually think SI polar is much more likely to get their types correct than SI dom. SI dom and FI tool are the types that are most likely to get their types wrong. And the reason for this is SI DOMs, they who they are is linked very strongly to introverted sensing. And introverted sensing is their experience. Remember that the alternative to introverted sensing is introverted intuition, or what something means. So, what they have is their experience. And when they read a type description and it says, INFJs play it cool and have great intuition about people and what things mean and so forth. And then they look to their own experience and they come up with several examples of times when they thought they had great intuition. They go, "Yep, that's me." If you tell them that's not them, they'll say, "It's impossible that you could know that because I'm the only one with access to my own experience. I can think of all these examples of these times that I was so intuitive." So accordingly, SIDOMs are very likely to mistype themselves, and it's also in part because if they're most of them are not going to be interested in typology. The ones that are probably going to have gotten interested in it because they got some shitty online test to tell them they were an intuitive. They read the type description and it sounded so sexy to them. Like Rachel's ISFJ sister thinks she's an INFJ. Why? Reasons I just explained. Almost all ESFPs who are interested in typology think themselves something other than ESFPs. What I have here that I'm going to type police at some point today is this lady who says she's an ESFP, but watching just a teeny bit of her content, I was like, really? Because it seems pretty well scripted. It seems like, when I think of ESFP scripting, I think of Baki. Yeah. The athletics are really well managed by Kotze on an FE grounds. It's a happy team. I've been watching this team for several years now, and the first year I watched them, they were one of the absolute worst teams in baseball. They lost all the time. They got blown out. If we had a lead, we'd blow the lead. It was really. Rachel and I went to a game at the Oakland Coliseum, and the Athletics were so bad, there were under 3,000 people at the game. It was 2,000 and something people, the lowest attendance they'd ever had. Rachel and I were at that game, so Monday night. I had gotten the best seats I could possibly get. I was like, wow, these aren't very expensive. When I got there, I was like, and I can see why. Have I ever had to argue or debate that I was mistyped? I mean, people come around periodically and try to say that I'm something other than an ESP. C.S. Joseph said I was an ESTP. Um, haters like to say I've got myself or my wife or my daughter mistyped and it's never because of any actual good reason. Like, the reason that some people want to say that Rachel's not an INFJ is because basically their argument is, well, you want her to be an INFJ. Of course, I was dating an ISFJ just before I started dating her. Is it because I wanted to date an ISFJ then? In both instances, at first I thought they were the extroverted version. At first I thought Kimberly was an ESFJ, and at first I thought Rachel was an ENFJ. You need some fire to be a real contender. The Yankees are a repressed team. Aaron Judge is one of the best hitters of all time, but he's so boring, and so is the front office and management. I think that holds us back. Well, I think what you need then, that boy Klaus, is a little bit of that Dominican Republic flavor. Didn't that team seem like a happy, energetic team? They were full of salsa dancing and yas. There was a time when it was trendy to call Eric ISFJ too. That was pretty funny. Right. Well, yeah. And I've had like this this channel has given birth to a couple different times instances of hater communities that have broken off that now they're all dedicated to hating Eric. So, what are you gonna make of that? You'd kill for a Soto, Tatis, Caminero, someone to get the team fired up. Yeah. I mean, I think it's pretty clear that if you guys were to lose Jazz Chisholm, you wouldn't miss him. He's not very good. It's like the only reason people even know Jazz Chisholm's name is because he's a Yankee. He's not that good. But, and like Paul Goldsmith, was that his name? Gold something. That guy, he's terrible. He was one of the absolute worst in the league against right-handers last year. Yeah, well, one thing I've said for a long time, will continue to say. Listen, everybody in the world, there aren't different systems for this, okay? Personality is accurately and correctly described via ways of paying attention, articulated thusly. Everything else is just people being wrong. Jazz, it's like 240. Yeah, well, unless he's popping a shit ton of home runs, that's not going to cut it. Don't get me wrong. We've got some light hitting people on our team too. Nobody's going to accuse Jazz Chisholm of flirting with 300 unless it's on like day one of the season he gets lucky or something. And then that'll go plummet right down. Again, G, I've explained that. Yes, it's true that every other function and every other slot is essentially another way of saying Mia Dom or Mia Tool. But it's also the case that people are paying attention, at least some of the time, consciously, in some form of action, interface, knowledge, and deliberation. And it's also the case that people are paying sometimes attention unconsciously, mostly, or sometimes otherwise, to introverted intuition, extrovert, to the other kind of knowledge, action, deliberation, and interface. I've explained this many times, so stop pretending that anything else is the case. Ask your mom. I don't want to ask her. Well, we've got 25 brackets. Rachel did 6 of them. I did 19. Currently, in first place is Rachel's bracket number 4, which is like ranked 76,000 or something, which is very high consider how many brackets have been submitted. She's not TI polar. She's just a little bit pissy. And wondering when you're going to stream for a couple hours. Turns out you have been. Yeah, I have been. MG, the fact that you say you're TE polar is proof that you don't think that it's just 2 functions. What happened to Charles Barkley? Did he take Ozempic? For fuck's sake, Charles Barkley. Just look like yourself. You don't even look like some sort of emaciated Ozempic version. Oh, hell no. I ain't having it. I don't like how you see some Ozempic and you're grabbing it. Yeah, nobody wants Kamala Harris. Nobody wants Kamala Harris, obviously. I will say, in no uncertain terms, in fact, it's not even a battle. Accepting the whole Epstein shit, if we remove that from the equation, Kamala Harris is substantially worse even than Hillary Clinton. Voltology is bullshit. Voltology is bullshit. It was a joke since they have a hard time with language parsing. Got it. He's saying, you're pretending like Eric didn't say that. What are you, TI Polar? But that Sandoval chap is very gentle. I mean, I don't think anybody who's not Kamala Harris's immediate family likes Kamala Harris. Some voltologists try to type me as ISTJ. Yeah, well, it kind of says it all, right? I love ISTJs. I think they're wonderful. But I obviously am not one. And when people try to talk about typology and they're so wildly wrong about it that they ISTJ, then what gets muddied there is not like, oh, now I'm not sure how to type people. What gets muddied is much worse than that. What gets muddied is, well, what does ISTJ even mean? What does ENP even mean? Like, how are they similar or different? That's what gets muddied. And as I've said plenty of times before, it's never going to be a good way to type anybody if your typing system is basically you intuit stuff about answers and then intuit what type they are. And the reason that's not ever going to be acceptable is because you won't be able to defend your conclusion ever. It'll always be these things here intuitively seemed to indicate to me these other things here, and I used intuitive math to add them together and come up with mia. And the reason, obviously, that's never going to be defensible is because what it means to intuit something, it means to draw holistic conclusions based on data available, various kinds of data, giving various kinds of cues, none of which are determinate. So if you exemplify a world in which, or advocate in favor of a world in which, typologists are doing something we're doing by intuitively typing people like that, then it plays out as you are advocating. Where did I put that? Hold on, I'll finish the thought when I get outside. Where did I put it? It's fine, I got some right here. No thanks, trouble, for fuck's sake. Then you're saying, in fact, either we don't need to use replicable tests, defensible tests to type people, or it's better to use these intuitive things because those replicable tests, defensible tests, are actually not replicable or defensible. Or they're saying that even though it's possible for somebody to get typed properly and actually get their actual type, that it's fine for them to wantonly type people improperly and knowingly provide wrong types often. So it's not okay to type people like that. Sorry. If there weren't any better options, then it would be fine to type people like that. And if there weren't any better options, then typology wouldn't matter anyway. If people could only understand a person's type holistically, intuitively, then it would be no different than me going, people are either dolphins, raccoons, zebras, or manatees. Now listen, dolphins, creatures of the water, have qualities like adaptability and meh, 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 meh. And then I could ask a bunch of questions about whether you're more like adaptable or more like resourceful. You know, raccoons, they gather their things together and put them in a box. Zebras, or are you more fast and action oriented like a zebra? Or are you more like the cow of the sea, the manatee? Like a dolphin, but slow and steady, reliable rather than quick, full of words. Which one are you more like? And then I could tell you that you're a dolphin, wing raccoon. And if, in fact, typology could not be executed in any way other than people intuiting things from self-reported answers about how they generally are, well then, it'll be exactly the same thing as I just did. of course, it is the case that, like, let's say I'm pretending to make that thing up, but a little bit less obviously with scorn. And I was just talking about the dolphin, raccoon, manatee, and zebra thing. Rachel will be like, "Ooh, which one am I?" For sure, she would. She loves that shit. Like, you're missing the point, Rachel. You're not any of those things. Those things are ridiculous. But I wouldn't say that to her because obviously I want her to enjoy what she enjoys, not shit on it. Currently, though, she's asleep. So let's get a shitting. I'm JK. The thing is, there's nothing wrong with that kind of stuff because nobody takes it very seriously. Nobody goes, no, but I really am a dolphin and I'm really not a raccoon. Look, I can prove it. Nobody says that kind of stuff. So if you treat MBTI like dolphin, raccoon, zebra, manatee, then oh, you wasp. Naturally, you're going to make people think that typology is like that. Which one would I be? Oh, Rachel, you're here. Rachel, you are all animals to all people. Okay, my beautiful darling? You're whatever animal you want to be. You're whatever plant you want to be. You're the best of all of those things. So, yeah, there's nothing wrong with those things, but typology is not one of those things. And so it annoys me, obviously, when people treat it as though it were one of those things. If typology were one of those things, I would not be interested in it. And strangely, Enneagram's not actually one of those things either. It's not really defensible, and it does rely on self-reporting, but it does seem to link to some real mechanics. And by real mechanics, I mean it's about it makes predictions successfully. Like it does seem to be observationally the case that people utilize primarily one of those strategies for each one of those negative emotional realities. Of course, there are many reasons why it's not defensible. One of which is like, was anger even a negative emotion? Like, for example, when I got angry at Kay the other night, that was an alarm going off that was clearly indicating something. Because I don't get super mad at people who are engaging with me in good faith at all. In that instance, anger was a good thing. It made me relentlessly try to force either an admission of dishonesty and non-responsiveness or something, an explanation of what you actually meant, or an acknowledgement that I was not to blame for it. It was important that I tried to force that because that forcibly revealed a person who is constitutionally incapable of honesty. In other words, it unmasked evil. Now, granted, a lot of times people take action in anger, and that action is usually regrettable. But because my kind of action is word action, and because I say the exact same words whether I'm angry or not, I'm not subject to that. That doesn't mean I think it's good for me to be angry a lot. The kind of anger that I think is least useful and most unfortunate is when I wake up or some other point of the day feel angry about something that's already happened and I can do nothing about. In those instances, that anger is not very useful. I already know that thing that happened was fucked up and that injustice was perpetrated and that the perpetrators never got any adequate consequences for their wrongdoing. I already know that, so anger is not going to teach me anything there. Maybe I've mistyped every INTP ever, but I've never met one that talks in the same vein as him. As who? As me? I mean, Brennan talks like me, kind of. He's a lot younger than me. He's an INTP for sure. Isaiah Rude. Well, I think unfortunately, Isaiah Rude has a problem with alcohol. And when last I saw him, he was sober, but I did not expect him to stay that way, and it wasn't too long before I didn't see him again. And I would guess that it has something to do with that. But I don't know. I don't want to spread rumors that are unsubstantiated by any actual knowledge of mine. So understand that it's not anything other than me speculating. Zombie, let's not tease Horseman more. Sounds like he was having a very bad day. Obviously, he's not an INTP. And that's one of those instances where if I hadn't been on mushrooms, I would have dealt with it more kindly. It's also one of those things where I can't really blame myself because he ignored me after I told him multiple times that I did not want to have that conversation, right? Still, I think that he's a good guy and I wish him well and I hope he's okay and I'm not sure what's going on, but it was a weird day for sure. And obviously it revealed that he is not a TI Dom. Um, no, it was very clear that he is not a TI Dom, nor is he a TI tool person. I didn't feel so much disrespected as I felt like he was in a state of distress. Well, I feel that way now in retrospect. And when he was talking about worrying about me and Rachel being okay and Rachel not feeling heard, it's very plausible that he was referring to a stream in which had not occurred that long before, in which Rachel was in a bad dopamine crash and was in fact blaming me. So it's very possible that he genuinely was concerned about us and that he may have reasonably believed himself to have reasonable cause. That's assuming, of course, he was not convinced by my words that said this is just dopamine crash, but rather by the authenticity of Rachel's emotions, which would, of course, not be inconsistent with somebody who's FI. I got in a long comment argument with him years ago, could have fooled me. I don't think he's TI polar, so take that for what it's worth. But you know, I don't remember what it was in the conversation that convinced me in no uncertain terms that he was not TI anywhere conceivably above, I don't know, 3 or 4. I don't remember exactly what it was, but there was something that happened. Well, what happens, Diarrhea, is if Rachel takes too much Adderall, then during the crash, it hits her really hard, and it puts her directly into her um, FI, and FI is countervalued for her. So it's like being sad makes her mad. Well, it looks like Hofstra's fallen behind the tide. Yeah, yeah. And like this month, Rachel's been careful to avoid the bad dopamine crash by not taking 3 of them at any point. And there's other ways to mitigate the crash. It's like basically it's the same thing as saying sometimes we get hangovers. It doesn't mean that there's something wrong with us where periodically we feel super pukey and have a headache and are desperate to drink water. It just means that sometimes we get drunk. And that's what was going on in that instance is it was just a Adderall hangover. It is also the case that when I finish my bottle of Adderall, I I go into sleepy week and I'm not feeling so hot either. I actually had to. I've learned since I got up here that because there was an occasion when I don't know if it had anything to do with dopamine crash or not. Probably it coincided with a sleepy week would be my guess, but there was a time when I was really like feeling super depressed, and I and Rachel was asleep, and I didn't have any company, and I wanted to blame her for being like inadequately available, and I did. And I remember the spot in the car in Oakhurst, and then some. I don't remember exactly whether it was right then or afterwards or whatever, but I started working through all the implications of this, and I realized that obviously it's not Rachel's fault that I feel depressed. If I didn't feel depressed when I got up and Rachel was still asleep, I'd be like, all right, play by myself time. I've got a lot of things I want to play by myself, so let's get to it. That's how it is when I'm normally me. So, how could it conceivably be Rachel's fault that I felt that way? And how is it Rachel's responsibility to, like, not sleep when she's sleepy and tired in order to make sure that I'm okay emotionally or something? Doesn't make any sense at all. So at some point after that, I understood it in full, and then I never have done that again. We're in the process of hitting it. It's right here. I'm about to pull bowl. And I feel happy and almost like proud of myself that because I understand what happened there and I understand the actualities of it, I'm proud to say I don't think I will ever do that again. I don't think I will ever be able to make that mistake again because I understand now what happened and why it couldn't possibly. I know that's why I've on occasion thought diarrhea that maybe Shannon's Steve, but I I don't think so, and it's really hard to say for sure anyway, unless something super obvious happens. Steve is always very interested in my consumption habits. I'm not drinking alcohol. It's a non-alcoholic beer. All right, let's put on the Hofstra game. Looks to be the closest one of interest. Well, there's Utah State versus Villanova. That one looks relatively close too. Thanks, Diarrell. That's all I want to be in life is cool. I like the taste of beer. Yeah, I spent a lot of years drinking beer. I love it. It's like my favorite beverage. And I feel very blessed um, that good non-alcoholic beer exists because it tastes so much like beer, but without any alcohol in it. And I don't drink alcohol anymore, so I get these. Oh, what's next? A non-pothead alcoholic? I'm not even sure what that means. Like somebody who just drinks alcohol but doesn't smoke pot? There's a lot of people like that. The thing is, I think if you're asked to compare between somebody who smokes a lot of pot, somebody who drinks a lot, well, the one that's gonna cause fewer problems across the board is obviously pot. That doesn't mean that people can't drink successfully and have a good relationship with alcohol. Some people do. But if somebody were to drink as much alcohol as I smoke pot, then they definitely have a problem with alcohol. Oh yeah, you can get weed that doesn't get you high. I actually bought such weed in Hawaii. I figured, well, it's better than having nothing to smoke. It's supposed to be have like CBD in it or CBN or something. You don't really feel anything. Excuse me. I smoked an ounce a week for 10 years and I quit last year. Zero effects on my health. It's pronounced Hawaii. Welcome to Hawaii. All right. When we went to Hawaii, my dad, me, Rachel, Delilah's boyfriend at the time, we went to a luau, which had this Hawaiian woman on stage, and she was like the MC of the luau. She was the most smug, condescending Hawaiian lady I've ever encountered. She was basically giving everybody an unwanted history lesson on how we real Hawaiians decided back in this time to allow you non-real Hawaiians to own land here. It seemed very obvious that she didn't appreciate that decision had ever been made, but that since it had been made, she wanted to take to remind everybody there that it doesn't matter if you even own land on Hawaii, it's still by the grace and discretion of the real Hawaiians, but you are not. There are so many things one can smoke without getting high. Almost everything, really. You know? I remember as a little kid, me and my friends tried to smoke leaves. I don't even think we inhaled any smoke. Right? You know, like leaves wrapped in a newspaper. Yeah, well, Fly Guy too. Yeah. My friends and I tried to smoke leaves. Um, I would get high at school by like near the end of the class period. I usually did this right before lunch in middle school. Near the end of the class period, I'd hyperventilate right like before the bell rang, and then I'd get up and hold my breath in a certain way that made me get a head rush, like almost pass out. And that's like maybe before I even ever smoked weed, I was doing that. Yeah, probably. I didn't know anybody else did it. I didn't talk to anybody about it. I just figured it out myself. I never did any choking thing. You know, it just didn't seem like the kind of thing you talk to people about, I guess. It didn't seem dangerous to me. I just hyperventilated before, like, right at the end of math class, which was right before lunch. And then I got up, hold my breath, and walked down the hall until I started getting a head rush and I like leaned against the lockers, you know. I don't know, it didn't seem scary to me. I used to inhale water as a kid. Like drink water and breathe it in instead of swallowing. It was a nice rush. Sounds like you'd enjoy waterboarding. Um, a majority. A majority of people don't publish, I'd say. I'm not exactly sure the numbers, but maybe 65% don't publish. I, the nutmeg thing, supposedly you're supposed to eat a lot of nutmeg. I tried that one time, but I don't think I ate enough nutmeg. I don't remember it really doing anything. So Hofstra's cut it to a 7. They're not giving up on this game yet. Banana peels. That's a myth. Smoking banana peels will not get you high. I've never smoked nutmeg, but I can say for certain it will get you high. Do you think you're supposed to smoke it? I thought you're supposed to eat it. Yeah, food can certainly impact your mental state, and it might be the extinct banana peels. You're right. It is true that bananas used to be easier to open. Now you gotta be like, and you gotta like tear it and or get a knife maybe. It used to be just they'd snap and you just peel it right down. Oh, you ate a shitload and you were seeing garden gnomes? Was it a good high? Is it true that food can get you high because it's technically a drug but a different class drug? No, food is not technically a drug, but some foods may qualify as such. You smashed your head and felt really high afterwards? That's probably a concussion. How did some y'all find out about TWFP? I found out about him on Reddit in an MBTI YouTuber tier list where they put TWFP at the top. They put me at the top? Wow. I am shocked. I am shocked to hear that. Dat Boy Klaus's first video was Asshole's Guide to 16 Types. Fly Guy searched Enneagram 837 and cursed at Eric in the comments. Did I reply? Thank you for asking that question. It is interesting hearing people answer it. Well, what are your thoughts on John F. Kennedy signing the Trade Expansion Bill of 1963? That link doesn't work for you? You mean are you talking about the debate document link? All right, I'll email it to you. I honestly forget where I read about Eric online, but people weren't saying nice things, so I was curious. I am so fascinated that all these that even that people are talking about me online, regardless of what they're saying. So, do you think if I share the link with you by email, it'll work? Let's try that. If not, I could copy and paste the whole thing into an email, but oh, I see. You've got a share request. Yes, I will share that document. Sorry, I didn't see that I had to share it with you additionally. I thought I had already shared it. But now you should have access to it. This is mostly shared with debaters. Interestingly, old students. So, like, I think this document might link to a specific topic, even in some spots. It may, in some spots, say something like, so, for example, in our current topic, well, oh, maybe this is the THAAD one. This says here under double bind. Example, South Korea should deploy THAAD. South Korea needs to improve relations with North Korea. South Korea can do so by getting rid of THAAD because THAAD worsens relations with North Korea. But in order to better relations by getting rid of THAAD, they first need to have THAAD. I encountered this argument. My kids ran into this argument at some point on this topic. So this must have been after the topic. And that was literally their argument. My kids couldn't counter it. And they lost. My kids lost this bullshit. Can you believe it? This is the argument. Listen to this. South Korea should deploy these missile defense systems that they don't currently have. And the reason is because if they get rid of these missile defense systems, North Korea will be happy. And that will improve relations. But they can't make North Korea happy by getting rid of them unless they put them in the first place. Are you serious? Are you serious? Are you serious? So why is that a bad argument? Well, because it's a double bind. Either if we should improve relations with North Korea, then we should not anger them by putting in missile defense systems. And if getting rid of missile defense systems improves relations with North Korea, it could only conceivably improve it back to what it was before you put them in. Probably it wouldn't improve them that much because they'd still be mad about the fact that you tried to put them in, and they'd take the meaning of you removing them as indicative of the fact that more aggressive saber rattling with you will produce more outcomes. So obviously, no. It's a double bind in this instance because if you either have to, it's not really a good example for a double bind. It's not a very good example. What would be a better example for a double bind than that? Well, it would be like argument A says that it's usually a two argument thing, right? Like arguments A says that we will improve the world by getting rid of bad potatoes that are mushy before they go to market. And we'll do this by just mulching them back into the ground. And then in another argument, they say, we're going to take the existing supply of potatoes in the market, remove the bad ones, and use that to fuel a new kind of energy plant. Well, then they double bound themselves because they're using the same potatoes in the energy plant that they've already mulched into the ground. They can't both have it, we can't have it both ways. But even that's not a good example of a double bind. Why am I having trouble thinking of a good example of a double bind? Well, I guess it would usually happen like in a rebuttal. So you'd have to be dumb to do this. But if your case was using diplomacy to solve this problem instead of military force, and then somebody said, but in this instance, the other team said, but in this instance, we should use military force, boots on the ground, tanks and whatnot. And then the AF said, no, we shouldn't use those because drone strikes will be just as effective. Well, then you can't have a diplomacy-only plan that fits with a rebuttal to their military thing. You could conceivably, but it would have to be like this. No, we shouldn't do that because diplomacy will work there too. But also, even if we should do that, under their framework, then we still shouldn't do that. We should do drone strikes. And that's just under their framework. You could do like that. I guess double binds are kind of hard to explain and hard to come up with examples for. Good, satisfying examples. Oh, right on. Oh, I did that. I did push share now. So now you should be able to see it. Can you read my last long comment? Sure. I missed some stuff looking at that document. A while ago, you referenced judging a debate round where both other lay judges got it wrong. Did you ever confront the guy who judged wrong because of his own feelings about the topic? No, I didn't talk to the people who won, and I didn't talk to either of the other judges because what's the point? Like you might say, well, the point is to educate him that that's not how you're supposed to judge. And maybe I should have. But they tell all the judges that at the beginning of every tournament. It's in the judging instructions. I probably should have said something to him. But what I did do was write extensive stuff on the ballot of the team that lost. I guess I must have. Oh, that's right. I was the judge who they passed the things to. So one of the three judge panel is the head judge who tells what the results are, and the other judges hand them their ballots. So I had all the ballots, I guess. So after I read the verdict and said my reasons why I picked that team, I don't exactly remember the order of operations, but I must have written this after I found out of it because on their ballot I wrote a bunch of shit about how this was completely bullshit and they got fucking robbed and is the most appalling disaster I've ever seen. So, who knows? Maybe that's why I didn't talk to the guy. See, I was the first one to leave the room too. Maybe he was still carrying on. I don't know. I probably should talk to him. But I mean, if I had talked to him, I would have just torn his head off. I wouldn't tear somebody's head off now. I would be like, I'd still be livid, but I would not talk to people quite as abrasively as perhaps I once did. It was appalling. The tone could be addressed, but as a way to steer the conversation away from his words. And the thing is, and I don't know if you remember this part of it, the other judge was wrong too, but she was wrong for kind of like a rookie judge reason. She didn't quite get the way the mechanics of framework and case work. So she thought that because this team conceded framework, then that's why she voted for them to lose. But of course, they had impacted the thing under these guys' framework and won under it. So okay, that's fine. I get it. You were not a great judge. You were a late judge, and or maybe you like debated Congress or something, and you got it wrong because you didn't understand that you can lose framework and still win the round. The other guy, he was wrong for all the wrong reasons, namely what he thought about the topic. How is a clone a stretch? They have weak definitions of little substance, only corresponding to human needs. Tony Robbins made up. How is a clone a stretch? The thing that's a stretch is the idea that a clone could replace somebody, because obviously clones don't come out the same age as the person you're trying to replace. They start as babies. Who replied? Defining the function is the easiest part. It's just cutting up slices of attention. All right, Acacia. You BJS Bach. Second half, 6.5 minutes left. Alabama leading by 5. Hofstra hanging tough and hoping. Oh, it's actually, I'm behind the times. What times are they now? The times they are changing. Let's see. What is the score? Iowa State beat Tennessee. It's 74-66 with about 4 minutes left. Down by 8. Hofstra's going to have to make something happen. No, it's a personality test. It's about it's about how a person's personality, including yours, is going to include some stuff that's just particular to them and their experience. Like, for example, someone in America is more likely to like American football than is somebody in China. That has nothing to do with it might be called part of your personality that you like that in some sense, but it's not it has nothing to do with any parts of your personality that are common to all people. And so typology says that the way that you'll encounter plenty of people who are from, this guy's from Boise, Idaho, this guy's from, like Moscow, but when they meet each other and if somebody else encountered around, they're both like, oh my God, how are these two people so exactly the same? Well, personality types explains that phenomenon and other kinds of things like that, because it explains that who you are is determined by your habits of paying attention. No. It's not like criminology. It is. Oh, yeah, the ology is the same meaning. Yeah. And type is for personality type. It's pretty straightforward in that there are only essentially 4 kinds of attention that people pay: knowing, taking action, interfacing, which is like taking dynamic action, and then determining. And you can distinguish between, say, determining and knowing is a good example, because it's very easy to define the difference. If I have to determine something, it takes time. If I know something, it's instantaneous. So if I give you the math problem 26,313 divided by 422, you're going to have to determine that. You're just not going to know it. But if I give you the math problem 2 plus 2 equals, you're going to know the answer is 4. You're not going to have to go, let's see, 1, 2, 1, 2. This is 1, 2, 3, 4. That's determining. Ology means the practice of. Um, I mean, I think it's like the logic of, right? But I don't really know. Nobody should advise others to smoke weed in general. Let everybody make their own determinations about that kind of thing. Ology is the study of something? Okay. I was thinking maybe it looked kind of like it had logos in it. Maybe it meant logic. Well, Alabama has more or less defeated Hofstra. We've got Iowa State, that game's done. They beat Tennessee State. Utah State and Villanova is at a half. And late in the first half, we have Tennessee stomping on Miami of Ohio. Well, if I really want to know the answer, I could always Google it. Instead, I'll just muse about it. How you doing, darling?
Good. So I want us to get high.
Good idea.
But I don't want to drink anything because I only have the 2 drinks left and the sleepy time syrup.
Okay.
So would you mind if maybe like I'm gonna have this and this, but if you could maybe roll me some joints?
Oh, I thought you were going to ask for Adderall.
Oh no.
There it is. Yeah, I can roll some joints. No problem.
Thank you.
Let me go get some more. Oh, no. How much is in there? Not bad. This is scrapings.
Yeah, scrapings.
I'll get a fresh bag. More fresh bottle. Let me see. And by bottle, I do mean jar. Do we have moonshine? No, we don't drink alcohol. I mean, if we did drink alcohol, we wouldn't have moonshine. I wouldn't trust myself to make hard liquor because, there's a certain parts of it that come out that are poisonous that you have to get rid of. And that seems a little sketch to me. Although it's probably not that difficult to determine which parts you gotta get rid of. Well, Alabama put it away. They put it in the cradle, set its head on the pillow, and rocked it to sleep. Let's try a different basketball game. I tell you what else I want to try today. I want to try to make bread again. And this time I want to do it right. Last night's bread did not come out good. And the reason it did not come out good is because I did not cook it long enough. I cooked it the same amount of time, same heat as last time, but last time I had the bread broken up into 2 pieces, each of which was smaller, and it was the right amount of time for that, but it was not the right amount of time for 1 big loaf. I also think the dough may have been a little wetter this time. Yeah, we ate the not good bread. It was still fine. It was just a little doughy in the middle, like it hadn't been quite cooked all the way, you know. Yeah, we split it in half. I ended up eating more of it than she did because she ate the bread that I served her, which is actually more than the bread I served me. And then I went back and ate more of it, but it wasn't like last time. It was not nearly as good.
I split it in half.
No, did I split it in half like
Oh.
you said? I don't think you said
I
to
don't
split it in
think I
half.
did. That's why
I
was
said I
asking.
was gonna split it in half with you.
Oh.
Okay. So the thing is that missile defense system thing, the reason it was not good as a double bind is because it's technically not a double bind on time frame. There's not necessarily any reason to think that because some that adding something now that'll cause meow um, and removing it later that'll remove meow. There's no reason to think that the total end outcome is equal. So accordingly, it's not really a double bind. I mean, in some sense, it's the most double bindy of all double binds because it requires you to do two things that are contradictory of each other. Put in missile defense systems and take out missile defense system, the same missile defense system. But because you're supposed to put it in first and then take it out, technically on time frame, it might not cancel itself out because the impacts of putting it in might either be larger or smaller than the impacts of taking it out. Gee, they're called Israel, not Jew. Yeah, well, G wants to signal his general affiliation with the whole Zionist shit. It's ridiculous because, of course, whatever Israel's guilty of, and it seems like quite a bit, that's a nation state and should be blamed accordingly. Fly Guy's right that you'll seem less biased, but more importantly, you won't make me feel like I'm next to this ugly groupist. Like,
Did you get the weed?
oh, I forgot all about it. I'll go right now. Sorry.
That's okay. I don't mean to interrupt you.
No, I don't even know what I was doing here exactly. I just came in there and then I saw that stuff that needed cleaning up, so I just cleaned it up. Like, it's like this is a party and I'm like, oh, fun, you brought your hateful friend. You know? Just what I wanted. Yeah, as far as I could tell, he's quite pro-authoritarian sometimes, but not all the time. Yeah. He's what we in the business like to call a Putin lover. I heard the Archon reptilians are behind in manipulating the human perception to get into their political dogmas and psyops. There are indisputably psyops being run by intelligence agencies with varying degrees of connectedness to varying institutions of media and executing varying levels of control accordingly. The thing is, a smart intelligence agency understands they're best served by leaving most media work product to be the natural and organic work product of the media organization, because it's much easier to hide one information campaign article amongst a bunch of authentic ones. It obviously makes it difficult for anybody to go, oh, this magazine is just pure propaganda, because it really does have reporters and it makes real news stories, and most of the stuff it puts is them doing the job as best they can, right? So it's very difficult to spot a good information campaign slash psyop. And of course, there are multiple ways to appeal to media organizations to get cooperation. For example, if you're the CIA and you're talking to this privately owned media group that, say, has digital newspapers in Cleveland, Philadelphia, Oklahoma City, and its home base of Atlanta. And you're CIA and you talk to the owner of this place, and you basically tell them, look, here's the deal. We want to appeal to your patriotism. Occasionally, we may have things we want you to put or things we want you to take out of your things, rarely, and we'll even explain to you why. And they say things like, we want this story here because we need the Chinese to believe the following thing, for example. You can imagine such argument being successful when you're working with when you're dealing with an intelligence organization of your country who's appealing to your patriotism and saying this is a good way for you to serve your country while continuing to do the good work that you're doing without sacrificing any integrity, etc. You can see how easily it is for the CIA, how easily the CIA can gain the amount of access they need to put the amount of information they need to into the media landscape without even coercing anybody, without even having to spend any money, maybe, right? without having to bribe anybody. And you could also kind of get a sense of how intoxicating it might feel to some people to be involved in this important secret work. How they might even be eager to facilitate it. Have you ever heard of Professor Jiang, Eric? If not, I highly suggest you listen to him. I have not heard of him. What does he talk about? And more significantly, what am I going to learn from him? The future is planned 2,000 years ahead by the archons. What's he informative about? Yeah. He probably went to an expat school. Regardless of how interesting he is, if he's not informative about something about which I want to be informed, then I'm not sure how much I'd want to watch him. Utah State showing some life here. The 9 seed versus the 8 seed Villanova. What the hell are we discussing? He's a big pusher of game theory and cause and effect, but he teaches about the smallest aspect of global array. I'll admit, I don't feel like I have a very good idea of exactly what game theory is. I mean, I've watched videos about it before and such, but it would seem to be like kind of a metric of rational decision making that has to do with whether things are zero sum or something, positive sum. Yeah, he probably is not the standard of education they are getting. And the other thing is, successful engagement with ideas, well, it's getting easier and easier as there are more things trying to teach in a concise fashion. Like, whatever thing you want to learn about it, like say like game theory, I could click YouTube video, search on YouTube and get videos at all levels of complexity of explanation, etc. Is this the is this about that video of predictive history? I don't know what predictive history is, but if by that, Rosemary, you're referring to things like, civilizations go in generational cycles, and first there's a generation that yeah, and then this generation yeah, and we're on the fourth generation, and then there's supposed to be a crisis. If you're talking about that stuff, that's garbage. That's complete garbage. Absolute garbage. And by and large, the extent to which we can get a lot of meaningful lessons about what's going to happen from what has happened before, well, that becomes ever less true. The the strength of the relation between lessons from past events and potential applications to predicting how future things are going to turn out, well, conditions are so vastly different. You know, everything's sitting on top of a different kind of architecture, and um, the whole idea that the best way to predict things is by looking to previous things with similar mechanics, like, well, look at Vietnam and how that turned out. How do you think Iran's going to turn out? I mean, there's no corollaries there at all. There's no jungles where Iranian guerrillas are hiding in. There's no commies involved. There's no China to provide help. There's no additionally, our weaponry has gotten better, and uh, additionally, like, Iran's the only Shiite country in the neighborhood, so it's not like the Sunnis are going to be too upset if we knock them off. Yada yada yada, right? There's very few lessons to be learned from Vietnam and applied to Iran. Equivalently, there's not very many lessons to be learned from George W. Bush's, region-wide warmongering regime change fixation in this instance, because we don't even know what's motivating this at all. At least with the George W. Bush thing, you could guess that it's motivated by either just this kind of boneheaded Cheney driven belief that you can free the world with violence, or Halliburton needs to prosper, and or we want their oil, and or there was actioned on faulty intelligence. There's a lot of possibilities. With Trump, I don't think anybody can come up with a single satisfying answer to this question. With Trump, nobody knows why he's doing anything. He can come up with possibilities like he did for the other one, but it could so easily be none of those things. Could be something totally that we can't even think of, like uh, he saw a dog in the park with an Iranian flag tied around its neck as a bandana. And he's like, I can't believe those fucking guys are here in America with their dogs being all Iranian. You know what? I gotta attack them. Could be that. It could be that for all we know. It may be that we're even asking the wrong question in trying to think of him as having reasons for things, rather than just being sort of like biological impulses. Yeah, faulty intelligence. Now listen, we ignored every single bit of good, accurate, responsible intelligence that was pushed our way. But look at this one. This one says, hey, maybe. So obviously, the responsible thing to do is to ignore all of these and act on this. And then, when in fact it proves wrong, those darned intelligence agencies did such a terrible job of giving us that one piece of paper. Joints. You want joints?
Oh no. But yes. But I was gonna say like, I saw on Amazon for $24 this like pillow for like your couch when.
Get it?
Okay.
Yeah, put it on my card.
The pillow's really.
No, I understand. Get it. Put it on the card. I was thinking about your chair earlier. I was thinking about looking up if there's any way to fix that. Obviously, we would have to. I'd have to slid into the seat of the chair, but I could potentially then sew it up afterwards, and or use kind of one of those like furniture tape things.
Okay. I'll get the pillow, see how it is, and sounds good.
Now we are gonna have to go into town today because
we do have to go into
I
town.
only have one cigarette left.
Okay, so we're gonna go into town.
Well, we're gonna have to go to Boot Jack, but I think we might as well go into town.
It's like a day where I actually don't feel like going into town.
Okay, well, you don't even have to go with me to Boot Jack then if you don't want to.
You know I like going with you.
Okay, well that's fine. We can go just to Boot Jack. That I don't need to go to town today.
Okay, can we just go to Boot Jack?
Yeah, let's do it.
That sounds great.
Yes, you could use Firecrotch, and the thing is, if I were to like say have a lot of people over here, and I thought there's gonna be multiple people swinging the bong, I'd get out the rubbing alcohol and those little clothish paper circles. Cotton, I guess I would just call them cotton circles. But they're not fluffy like a cotton ball, they're flat. Anyway, I get those and the rubbing alcohol, and then you could sterilize the bong before you use it.
I like my second time smoking ever. The first time I don't even think I inhaled, so I didn't really get high. I think I was stoned, but I didn't know I was. It was with my cousin. But then the second time it was from a bong. But then like after that, like it was all pipes and joints. I never really had experience with bongs.
We're gonna roll some joints until all of these joints got rolled in. We're gonna roll some joints, and then we're gonna get so folded.
Good job.
Prefer a pipe or a joint? Well, maybe you could roll a joint that's shaped like a pipe.
I'm a joint lover too, Akeisha. It's nice to know that there's a fellow joint enthusiast. I just can't roll them myself. My dexterity for my fingers when rolling is not used to it.
After you did the ritual, Fly Guy, did you faintly hear this sound? Okay, fine, I'll leave. That's the sound of a ghost being exorcised.
Did you actually do a ritual, or did you do anything? Oh, that's cool, Akeisha. I'd love to see your next time. Like we're all hanging out, I'd love to see your skills. That's good. I'm glad to hear that, Fly Guy.
It is a fairly pleasant kind of meditative activity.
it's my, but I gotta like, I gotta practice. I just, I've tried several times, and it's just something.
I'm gonna wash you out of my hair, Satan. You've been hanging
Cool,
around.
good doing, Fly Guy and Carrot. It's good stuff. I'm not 13 anymore.
An auntie.
I'm glad you've grown. What? What are you talking about, G? Oh.
And she makes you call her anti-sex ghost? Because she's an older Chinese lady? Right. Well, that is one gross thing about joint smoking and blunt smoking. It's like I, for some reason, just never thought about for a long time. Like, oh, this has got someone's spit all over it.
Yeah, no, I don't think about it like that either. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
That's good. That's good. You use positive energy, and you are feeling better.
See, the ghost I'm picturing is Mrs. Wong from the slot machine Flaming Pots.
Mm-hmm.
Does anybody else know what Mrs. Wong from the slot machine Flaming Pots looks like? There are two versions of Flaming Pots. One is Mrs. Wong, the other is Mr. Lee.
That's good, Fly Guy. Now, like
I'll show you
yeah,
Mrs. Wong.
let's see Mrs. Wong.
All right,
Ms. Wong.
I will
Is she
show
Mrs.
you.
Wong or Ms.
Yeah,
Wong?
Mrs. Wong, and the game is Flaming Pots. Where is the mouse? I wonder where I left it. I wonder where I left it this time. Is it outside or in my butthole? I wonder where I left it this time. Where could I have left the mouse? What did I do with it? Is it there somewhere? No? Oh, God. I wish I wouldn't carry it around with me. I have this bad habit of carrying the mouse around.
In the kitchen?
Yeah, it's in the kitchen. It's because sometimes when I go outside or something, I want to have the mouse with me. Anyway. All right, here we go. We're going to show you Mrs. Wong Flaming Pots. Okay, I'll show you. So, first I'll show you this one, which has just her face in it. That's her face. And then this one you can see some of her shoulders and stuff. That's Mrs. Wong. See if there are any other good pictures of Mrs. Wong to show you. Oh, well, here she's got her hands to her face and she's looking at this bowl full of dumplings. Order up, she says, just like that.
Order up, like that?
Yeah, order up. She is wearing yellow. This obviously is Mr. Lee. There's another good picture of Mrs.
Married?
I don't. I mean, they don't have the same last name.
Oh, that's true.
I would assume Mrs. Wong is married to Mr. Wong. They're both chefs at the Flaming Hot Pots Slot Machine restaurant.
Oh, they are. So they're like by the same company, but
Right,
different.
right. And there's some machine where it's one machine has both of them on it. But the point is, they both do the same thing, which is serve up dumplings. So they're obviously chefs. Or, dumpling servers, maybe. I wish somebody would write some fan fiction for this. Like how turns out actually Mrs. Wong is a widow. And it used to be that it was Mr. Wong and Mrs. Wong's flaming pots. But since Mr. Wong died in a horrible dumpling accident, Mr. Lee has come to work. And at first, things are great. They get along. He's sexy, he's suave. He makes a mean dumpling. But then she starts to have questions about his past.
Oh.
He's receiving mysterious phone calls. One night, he comes into work with a large gash on his arm. He's bandaged up and tried to cover over with another bandage, but the blood's starting to soak through. Mr. Lee, what's wrong with you? Oh, nothing. You guys can see where the story's going from here, can't you? I think it's a great idea. And like when they asked about work, though, instead of saying things like "I served this many dumplings," they say like, "Oh, younger man got," and then they list the things you get in a slot machine. So really, their job is being a slot machine.
Oh, is that what they've come to realize?
It's just kind of that aspect of the universe that one can both be a slot machine and work at a dumpling restaurant and, have a husband die and then be replaced by a different guy who turns out to be a secret agent. Well, I think that's just a feature of the universe that we're not supposed to question.
That's cute, Acacia.
See you later, Diarrhea.
Bye, Dyra.
Is an ass shirt pants? I think you'd have to say it would be more like sweater because it covers your whole legs. Ass sweater. Shirts don't usually cover your whole arm. Mine does, but that's because I got this kind of shirt.
That's true.
Right. Well, questions begin to emerge that maybe Mr. Wrong didn't accidentally die in that dumpling accident after all.
Oh. She don't think it was Mr. Lee.
No, she didn't know Mr. Lee before, but it also comes out later that it's possible that she got on the radar of this intelligence agency who sent Mr. Lee because they had seen how effectively and convincingly she had gotten away with the crime.
Mm.
But, she didn't get all the way away with it because they had in her dumpling restaurant / slot machine, either incidentally or regularly, a CIA agent who patronized the place, and he picked up on it. That's how it got to the rest of the CIA people. So I think it's really coming together, the story. Especially when you imagine like the double reveal of he's a CIA agent. Well, I actually killed my husband. And then we already know. And we're impressed. I'm not sure how it ends. Maybe maybe the reason she killed her husband was because he was involved in some international evil doings, and that's how the CIA found out about it. Her, and her skills. She said, "I'm sorry. As soon as I found out he was trafficking those babies to be eaten by crocodiles, I said, bang bang," or however else she often, probably more subtly than that. Like, hmm. Well, to especially attract the attention of the CIA, she would have to do some kind of like CIA subtle stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Even though the CIA is not always that subtle, but um, like something that was indisputably an accident, but somehow she made it happen. Probably something to do with dumplings. Oh. Hmm. This really got me thinking. I'm surprised I'm thinking about this so much. But I guess I like those characters, Mrs. Wong and Mr. Lee. Of course, I could not. Miss Dumple Wong. Is Miss Dumple Wong the agency liaison they assign her? Hmm. Miss Dumple Wong is unrelated as in Mrs. Wong. But don't they seem like good characters? Order up. She'll say that periodically in the movie because it's her catchphrase. And she'll have some kind of weapon that also relates to dumplings. It could either shoot dumplings or it could turn things into a dumpling, maybe. It could be like that dumpling wrapper that goes around a person and, you got me. I'm a dumpling now. Gee, will you stop being crass, please? CIA agents don't have wives or husbands. They get assigned partners by the agency. Jumbo Wong is fine. I do like the name a lot. It could be the code name the CIA gives her to hide her actual identity very poorly. And then here's the twist. It turns out that the people that she killed her husband for working with, when the CIA and the Mrs. Wong catch up with those people, and Mr. Lee, of course, is now in the mix as well because it's been revealed he's an agent. She didn't know it. That's how she finds out the CIA is involved in this whole thing. Then they start getting like, ooh la la. But she's like, no, because I don't believe that your love is real because you're a CIA agent and you're going to just use it to manipulate me. And it's like, you think that? I mean, what about me? I'm worried that you're some kind of honeypot, that I'm supposed to fall into your loving arms and not be able to stop but betray my country by revealing all my secrets. What about me? I'm the one taking a chance here. And then kissing starts. Yeah.
Wow. It's dramatic.
and
Yeah, very short-sighted.
and then scene. You don't need to see them after the kissing. You can show later on they're getting out of bed with underwear on, That's fine. Now, so they're working this case and they're working their way up the chain, making great progress. There's some fight scenes, some chasing and stuff. And when they get to the guy at the end, they don't quite get to the guy at the end, but they get some information. And they go back to the CIA building, and they say, okay, let's look through it. And guess who's in charge of this big organization? Her dead husband.
Oh!
He was never really dead.
He was never really dead.
She thought she had committed the perfect murder. He realized that he had gotten away with the perfect fake your death. Thank you. And then, the last scene in the movie, the CIA agent is about to shoot him as he's the Mr. Wong. He's like standing on the top deck of a boat, and he's like shooting an automatic weapon. And then the CIA agent's like aiming his gun. Mrs. Wong grabs his arm and says, "No, allow me." And then he falls off the second deck of the boat onto the first deck, bounces, and then falls off more into the water where he disappears, leaving open the possibility for a sequel. What do you guys think? Pretty good movie, right? I'm going to give myself a round of applause for that one as well.
Sounds like you've watched some movies, maybe some soap operas in your day.
I think it's perfect. Starts off as what appears to be a nice story about a recently widowed dumpling maker. We could just, as an homage to the slot machine, just have the slot machine kind of in the background of the store, okay?
Okay.
So they're just dumpling makers,
homages.
okay?
Where did I just put my...
So it starts with a nice, recently widowed Mrs. Wong in a dumpling store, and maybe her daughter comes in and they share a little bit of like bonding over the death of Mr. Wong, and to show how genuine it is, quote unquote, right? And maybe after a couple of days of like brief snippets of her like working by herself in the shop, they show her putting up a help wanted sign in the door. End of scene one. Or it's not really one scene, because like the daughter being there and then talking about something about the dad, and it was a beautiful service or whatever. That's like scene one. But then the montage of little bits of her working by herself in the dumpling shop, maybe being a little overwhelmed by the amount of volume of requests now that there's only one of them, but still the same amount of customers, That would be like scene two. And that ends with her putting a help wanted sign in the window. And then scene three, Mr. Lee comes in. And, actually, Scene 3, you've got at least 2 people before Mr. Lee come in. She asks, like, oh, you have experience? And they go, well, no, but I could have. And she nods a bit, and it fades out. And then the next guy comes in, and they just show a clip of him going, like, I should let you know, I don't wash my hands because I'm trying to preserve the microbiome. And so obviously she's not going to hire him. And then the third guy, it's Mr. Lee. Well, do you have any experience? And he's like, yes, I worked for Dumpling House in Shanghai for blah, blah, blah. And like she knows the place. She asks a question. You mean with Mr. Han? And he's like, I think you mean Mr. Chen. Show me what you can do. And then show him like put together the dumplings like nobody's business. All right, Utah State is taking a 1-point lead here. I'm really feeling like this movie's coming together, you know. And then they show a little bit of them working well together for a while. But then starts with the weird stuff. You know, he comes in injured. He gets phone calls that he just listens for a second, then hangs up, puts it back in his pocket. And, you know, stuff like that. She catches him, like, giving secret symbols with his hands to somebody outside. She's asking, like, what's going on? I'm not exactly sure. I guess at that point, he recruits her. Maybe the explicit reason is because the same reason she kills her husband has to do with it. Like, look, these people are still interested in you. As far as they're concerned, he may have told you these important pieces of information or something. And we think that you could help us because you've already shown you could kill your husband, and so you have what it takes to be a CIA agent. Hi there, Level Up Dojo. Of course, I'm doing well. Now that I've come up with Mrs. Wong and Mr. Lee Flamin' Pots the movie.
I love it.
Order up. That's what Mrs. Wong says on the slot machine. Whoa, I knocked over that thing. Close game in the 9-8 matchup between Utah State and Villanova. Lands in a vat of vanilla pudding or water. Maybe in the plot, he's the supervillain, Mr. Wong, the villain in the whole thing. He's doing human trafficking because he's using human meat to make dumplings for the elite. There's some soliloquy at the end where it's like, Mr. Rothschild invited me years ago So go to his island and use any ingredient. He said, I bet this ingredient will make your dumpling dough extra supple. And I tried it, and it was the best dumpling I've ever had. And then he told me, this is from the kidney of a human child. Naturally, I was hooked. I said, if the kidney can taste this good, what must the other possibilities offer? And that's how he became Mr. Wong, the dumpling supervillain. I think those kind of storylines are so believable now, you know? If you want your supervillain to be farming humans to eat them, it does not lack verisimilitude. Oh, that seems very plausible. Isn't that strange? Pate. And look, on the villain's evil island, they have these children that they're going to make pate out of. So they have one of those tubes they put down a goose's throat, and they put it there and they pour some corn down there. It would be uh, it'd be a scene intended comedically, obviously, but some people might not think it was that funny. And then they let all the children go to pasture, and it's just this field with tables on it that are full of nothing but cake and other fattening foods. They give them whatever the opposite of Ozempic is. Infatalon. Try Infatalon today. Made by Vanda Pharmaceuticals. Do you know over 1 million Americans are prescribed Infatalon? Excessive skinniness disorder is a serious problem. Do you sometimes not want to go outside because you realize you look too skinny? I show a lady going like this and people looking at her like, what the fuck, Holocaust victim? And they show her eating Infatalon. She's all plump next day. Everyone's like, hey, looking good. You're not looking so anorexic anymore. Warning, don't take more Infatalon than prescribed. There's stories on Reddit of this guy who was like, I'm so skinny, I'm going to take like 4 Infatalons at once. And now he's like super obese. And he's like, I regret ever taking Infatalon. Now I've got to take Ozempic. people in the commercial obviously go from painfully skinny to sexily fit and buff. They don't go to actual fat because in Fatalon's not for people who are already fat. It's listed right there in the instructions. I think they need to develop a drug for spots that people might think are eczema. Because I've noticed there's a whole lot of eczema treatment going on out there. And there are a whole lot of people who rightfully, understandably, and appropriately are deeply, deeply ashamed of their eczema. Like, no, oh no, I'm not going outside with short sleeves today. Thanks to my plaque psoriasis eczema. My eczema has made me the most hideous person in the world.
No.
Yes, that's why I need to take this drug to make it go away. Warning, this drug may cause endless amounts of horrible side effects. Does not matter. These red spots on my arm have turned me into a literal monster.
I don't want to laugh.
A lot of diseases that I know about only because I've seen commercials for things to treat them.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what does Skyrizi treat? It's I don't remember what it's called right now, but it's some disease that is not the same thing as treated. It doesn't treat plaque psoriasis or eczema. It doesn't treat diabetes, or it's not a weight thing.
Is it like
And I don't think
antidepressant or something?
yeah, I was gonna say I also don't think it's a mental health thing. So I'm not
Okay,
exactly
so what
sure
the
what
heck
it is.
is it?
Right? I don't remember.
I gotta look it up.
What does Skyrizi treat? Maybe it treats the little fibers in you.
It might be for psoriasis.
Oh, is it?
I don't know.
Does it say?
It won't. It's like not. Oh, and used to treat several immune mediated inflammatory diseases in adults.
Immune mediated inflammatory
Psoriasis.
disease.
Yeah,
Oh.
arthritis.
So it treats eczema and arthritis?
Yeah.
Wow, how
Crohn's
multi-purpose.
disease.
Crohn's disease. Well, I had no idea those things all could be treated by the same thing.
I didn't know either.
Crohn's disease, I've seen commercials for things to treat Crohn's disease before. And I've seen disease for things to treat eczema. Arthritis, not so much, I don't think. But obviously I know about arthritis anyway. Are they all like some variant of the same thing? Immune-related inflammatory things?
Yeah.
Who knew? What's the rheumatoid mean in rheumatoid arthritis? How do you know if you have regular arthritis or rheumatoid arthritis? What does the rheumatoid and rheumatoid arthritis mean?
The word rheumatoid comes from rheuma, which is an old medical term for a watery flow, referring to the pain and inflammation that can spread through the joints. It basically distinguishes this type of arthritis, which is an autoimmune disorder, from osteoarthritis.
What causes osteoarthritis? Right. How do I do that again?
That's weird. It won't let you. Stop. What the heck is going on?
I don't know.
Let me try.
I don't know what's happening.
Okay.
What causes osteoarthritis?
Osteoarthritis is mostly caused by the wear and tear on your joints over time. Things like aging, joint injuries, carrying extra weight, and genetics can all play a role. Just so you know, this isn't medical advice. It's best to...
Thank you, Gemini. Thank you for your information. Did I already smoke that cigarette? I guess I did. Well, I wasn't paying attention. It's fine. I got another butt right here. But we're going to go to the boot jack pretty soon. And when I get home, I do want to finish this Typology video that I have set up. I mean, I don't set up. I have successfully captured the video that I'm going to clip out. I think I'm getting the Typology setup work process optimized pretty well. I guess in an ideal world, I could somehow route the audio from the media object to the desktop, so I could just record the... Meanwhile, I need to route it so that it plays via the display that's set, which is the TV. And then route it so that if I do that, then it would play on the desktop. Then I could mute it from the media object. I could both record the audio from the media object and hear it at the same time. As it stands, I have to use a media player to play the clips thing because otherwise I won't be able to hear what the clip says. So that's a bit of a tricky thing for me to work around. Don't know how to fix that problem. I can't find any option to let me monitor the media object. But I'm getting close to having the process optimized for, provided I'm using a media player rather than just inserting each media object, or just one if I were to do it the way I did it before, into OBS. That would be more convenient, obviously, if I could do that, and it would allow me to get rid of the weird choppy, like, mute my mic, switch that app, push stop, come back, unmute my mic, etc. How many stop that stuff? Because then I could have everything on hotkeys in OBS and not have to wrangle other apps as part of the process. But I'm pretty pleased with the way that last one looked. Thought it looked nice. I AI generated those police offices. One of them, it has people in it, and the other one is just like empty desks and a clock and such. And I put Typology shield on the wall next to the clock, and it's set up nicely for me to put the media player, the video I was watching, right in that spot. And then the way I'm looking up to the TV works so that I'm looking up to where it's playing in the video, which I thought was nice. I thought that worked out well. I mean, I arranged it so that it would do that. It didn't just happen to be that way. First I had it the other way, and then I was like, you know what? I can put it where so it looks like I'm looking at what they're looking at. Pretty clever, sis, I said to myself. Pretty clever, sis. I asked a question earlier. Does anybody know the answer to this question? It was a question that I knew the answer to. But I forget the question now, so I won't be able to tell you the answer. Maybe it'll come to me on the way to boot check. Alright, I think I'm about ready to go to boot check, so I guess this will be goodbye for now, friends. I would be surprised if I don't see you later, but my hope is that before I see you, I will have completed and published the Typology. So, maybe a while. Depends how long it takes me to make it. Shouldn't take super long. As long as I don't start with too much raw material to clip through. That's kind of a key thing. Start with like 9-10 minutes of their video to clip through. Cut it down to a couple minutes worth of clips. Because I'm going to talk for a while after each clip, probably, maybe not a super long time. I don't know. I thought the video that came out today, or yesterday, whenever it was, last night, I thought that one came out pretty good, overall. I thought I made some good points about where he was right, where he was wrong. And I thought I explained how one might make a case for him being arrested based on this ground. I didn't really go into another possible area where I might have because I didn't want to be too attacky, I guess, which was like this kind of self-aggrandizing meowings about the majesty of the INFJ. It seems a little effing ham-fisted for an actual INFJ to be doing. Yeah, I would think that it would make them cringe a bit certainly after a little while, and It seems to be his whole shtick. He's made video after video about what people don't get about the INFJ. INFJ is like you and me, is that we're special in the following way. And I should also mention, incredibly, incredibly important. Anyway, kind of a dorky channel, but not informationally that wrong, I guess. A little bit more eye-rolly wrong. Wrong on the criterion of eye-rolliness. Anyhow, we'll see you later. Thanks for being here. Love you.
Don't forget to eat plain cheese.
Sorry, I
Oh.
expressed it too soon.